last time on The Witness. We did a lot. We had a light and color puzzle. We had a sound puzzle with birds chirping. We found environmental puzzles hidden in the sides of a temple and a staircase on the waterfront. And now I can't stop seeing patterns everywhere. Which led us to the windmill. There's like a whole underground tunnel down here that I was really excited to explore, and that's where we left off last time. So I think we got a couple of environmental puzzles in the windmill itself. We can start with that before maybe we go back into the tunnel, but I'm super excited. Is especially a good place to not focus on length played, yeah. Hey Mr. Lin, welcome. How's it going? Alright, so... Oh, and it shows us the one we've already done. That's helpful. It's gonna make this fuzzy noise the whole time. I think I want to go over here. Right? And jump off. And then, I don't know, maybe jump back on here. This will be slightly different than what we've done already. Oh no, what's up here? Oh, this way? Oh, this way. That's 2 from the windmill. I feel like I didn't see sparkles. Is that because we got 2 of the same? I don't know where the pillar for this one is. We're like warming up, remembering what we've already seen, what we've already done. We walked through here and saw... There's one on this shoreline too that I couldn't get yet either. It's this one, but it's blocked. And there's these fun little candle things too. Alright, let's go down into the tunnel, because if we start off just wandering around looking for stuff, we're gonna be very disjointed and disorganized, which I don't know if that's bad, but I want to start off with sort of a mission and then we can get sidetracked from there. Oracle, welcome in. Magus, welcome in. How's it going? Magus, how did your, how's Free Enterprise going today? I saw you were streaming it earlier. Witnessing all this in real time, just like The Witness. Hey Kovsky, happy Sunday. This is where we walk down. And then I think I want to say there's a puzzle not too far from here. There's a panel puzzle not too far from here, I think. I wonder if we'll get sound recordings today. I wonder if we'll end up taking the boat today. Yesterday not enough people signed up, so I couldn't race. Oh no. You won today though. Nice. Congrats. GG's. Okay, so there's a whole hallway right there. This is locked from the other side. There's stuff above ground too, but I got so intrigued by this series of tunnels that I wanted to come down here. And now, is this a type of puzzle we've seen before, or is this new? This looks maybe new. Alright, let's give it a go. Peek in the window first. Ooh, this is new. Look, look, look. Hexagons. We've seen those. We've unlocked a couple, or we've gotten like pieces of paper from finishing a puzzle. It gave us kind of a clue as a reward. Now I'm playing The Witness 2. Doubt I will see spoilers since my current save is 391.93.1. Magus, that's awesome. If I didn't have to wait for stream to play this, I would be playing this all the time. This is different. Is this a mirror one? No. There's only one line. One dot, one line. Hexagons the bestigons. Wait, you both said it at the same time. Okay, we like hexagons here. We're a pro hexagon community. Okay, so that's a type of puzzle we've seen before. Whoa, this is cool in here. Huh? Oh, interesting. You've got like green around the door, white around the window, yellow around the room. I feel like these are some of the different colors of the different wires we've seen. Not that that matters, but interesting use of like different colors for different trim. Heretic, welcome in. How's it going? And Lorian, hi. YouTube recommended Fusion. Oh, nice. Yeah, streaming. You're also streaming all the Metroid games. I know, it's so fun to get ready for Dread and go through them all. Welcome in. Thanks for watching the YouTube channel. Oh, thank you for reminding me. That was the one other thing I wanted to start with today. Not to like point at you all, but I tried to upload day 2 of Fusion to YouTube yesterday, and today it's still not done processing HD. It's been processing for like 24 hours, so I don't know. I've never had it do that before. It'll go up when it's done. YouTube was being not cooperative. So, if you're looking for those, all in good time. Oh, this is new. But this looks almost the same as the one we just did, except not. Weird. Here, look, those white arrows are pointing up at those other things, so that's gonna turn those ones a different color, right? What it did! Okay, cool. But you have to do it all in one go. So... Oops. I messed up. Weird. Is it gonna... Wait, I kind of want to just play with these. What does this do? Nothing. Oh, it knocks out those two, but why? Huh? YouTube's having problems. A couple YouTubers had the same problem this week. Great. Oh no. Oh well. I can just prep some other ones and wait for it to resolve, I guess. Very interesting. What does this do? If I isolate just you... I don't think this is gonna... Oh yeah, that's definitely not gonna work. Hang on, hang on. What does this do? Oh, now I have no idea how it works. Weird. I don't know why I'm thinking of it as like an arrow. That's not what's going on here. And this is forever blocked, which is so strange to me. Why they would draw it that way, but I think that's beside the point. This is what we did the first time. And then it only turned this one black square transparent. Weird. I wonder if this is something we learn later. Here, maybe what do you do? Oops. You're one of these where I have to like put you in bundles of 3. Like this or something. I don't know. Oh. Well, shoot. I feel like we just got so advanced. Let me look at this. Oh, hi. Okay. Good, good. We like triangles. We love a good triangle around here. What's going on with the ceiling? Any patterns up there? Alright, maybe whatever is in here is gonna teach me more about those puzzles. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, there's one. Where does that connect, though? See, there's the end of it right there. Hello? Oh, is it like... Oh, weird. Oh, there's a green one, too? What in the world? Look at that. What's that? Huh? Suspicious. Everything about it is suspicious. I wonder if these start to light up or have stuff on them, these ceiling panels. Like this is gonna be sort of a movie theater once I solve some other things. Okay, let me open my screenshots of the witness folder because I think we need these hexagon clues. We have 2 so far. Maybe the different hexagon clues you pick up like show you different things on the screen. Oh, hello? Okay. So this one looks like... Oh, but it's like rotated. It goes most of the way around this one, then goes across and down the side of this one, and then around like that. Yeah, cool. Oh, hi.
Well, that's no better a solution than any of the others, is it? So, in the end, have we learned anything from this look at why the world turned out the way it did that's of any use to us in our future? Something, I think. That the key to why things change is the key to everything.
Oops. Sorry, I had to tab out for a second. I couldn't see chat. Is it rotated or are you rotated? I don't know.
How easy is it?
We're playing spelling bee, and dude.
And that in the past, the people who made change happen were the people who had that knowledge, whether they were craftsmen or kings. Today, the people who make things change, the people who have that knowledge, are the scientists and the technologists who are the true driving force of humanity.
This
and
is just a movie theater.
What about the Beethovens and the Michelangelos? Let me suggest something with which you may disagree violently. That at best, the products of human emotion, art, philosophy, politics, music, literature, are interpretations of the world that tell you more about the guy who's talking than about the world he's talking about.
Okay. Interesting.
Second-hand views of the world.
Yes.
Made third-hand
Lunar, thank you for the
by your
follow.
interpretation of them. Things like that. As opposed to this. Know what it is?
Wait, am I supposed to be watching
It's a
during
bunch
this?
of amino
Can I like
acids.
pause the movie
Stuff
during
that
this?
goes to
No.
build up a worm, or a geranium, or you. This stuff's easier to take, isn't it? Understandable. Got people in it. This, scientific knowledge, is hard to take because it removes the reassuring crutches of opinion, ideology, and leaves only what is demonstrably true about the world.
Green. It's green. Where's the
And
green?
the reason why so many
Wait, go
people
back. Do
may
it again.
think
Show the
about
green
throwing
again.
away
Oh
those
no.
crutches is because, thanks to science and technology, they have begun to know
I was waiting for this one, but I think it was this
so
one.
much, and that if they are to have more say in what happens to their lives, more freedom to develop their abilities,
He holds it up for so long.
they have to be helped towards that knowledge that they know exists and that they don't possess.
Hi Chai, welcome
And
in.
by
Good morning.
help towards that knowledge, I don't mean give everybody a computer and say help yourself.
Ooh, the music's a little loud here.
No, I mean trying to find ways to translate the knowledge, to teach us to ask the right questions. See, we're on the edge of a revolution in communications technology that is going to make that more possible than ever before. Or, if that's not done, to cause an explosion of knowledge that will leave those of us who don't have access to it as powerless as if we were deaf, dumb, and blind. And I don't think most people want that. So what do we do about it? I don't know.
I wonder how long these are.
But maybe a good start would be to recognize
No,
within
Magus.
yourself
I
the
just want to
ability
watch the
understand
whole thing
anything,
through
because that ability's there, as long as it's explained clearly.
before we do anything else.
And then go and ask for explanations. And if you're thinking right now, what do I ask for? Ask yourself if there's anything in your life that you want changed. That's where to start.
Yesterday, Tomorrow, and You by James Burke. Thanks, BBC. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now maybe we can just play it again by... Oh, cool. Alright, fun. Yeah, can you just show us some green stuff?
Understandable. Got people in it. This scientific knowledge is hard to take.
Hey, that's so weird!
Crutches, opinion, ideology, and leaves only what is demonstrated true.
Did I go the wrong way?
And the reason
No.
why so many people may be thinking about throwing away those crutches
Wow.
is because, thanks to science,
Wow, wow, wow. Magic! How's it going? Welcome in.
so much.
Could you imagine having to solve a slide puzzle every time you wanted to watch a VOD?
More freedom to develop their abilities in full.
The game looks weird, but so awesome. Oh my gosh, Fanta, it's like nothing I've ever played before.
And by
It's really fun.
I don't mean give everybody
10 p.m. time to go to bed. Sleeping support on point. A wonderful night. Cerberus, have a good sleep. I'm glad you got to be in here for a little bit of stream.
translate the knowledge.
Time zones are so cruel.
Teach us to ask
But
the
take
right
care.
questions. See, we're on the edge of a revolution.
Figured out the video controls. Yeah, I was just like wanting to watch through it before we messed with anything else. Oh, this seems like it will be useful. Oh, that's what this ceiling one is for. There's gonna be one like somewhere here maybe, and it hooks up with this trail of leaves. I feel like this is something too, right? The ceiling itself has to be, but maybe not. God, this is so cool.
Right now,
I also don't know if there's only one per video, right?
if there's anything in your life that you want changed.
Or one per video per color. I wonder... I don't know. See circles and lines everywhere you're infected. Oh yeah, that happened last stream. Oh my gosh. Like everything is a circle, everything's a line. Really like the audio processing when you're behind the screen. Yeah. Sort of distorted and echoey. So we have another one of these though. Let me check out my other clue that we unlocked. I'm not gonna put it up on the screen. Last time for Mist we like captured what I was looking at, but you'll see as I solve it. Basically I have a screen grab from something we saw earlier that's gonna help me write what I need to write on this little puzzle here. Okay, so it starts in the same place, goes around the outside, cuts this one off, goes across, around the outside over here, and then does this. Okay.
So it's absolutely simple what I have to say to you. It's what my teacher said to me.
Looking for circles. Maybe blue? Is there blue? No, I don't think we saw any blue trim anywhere.
And it's simply stop looking for what you want.
I almost want to turn the music down for this. Hang on, I'm gonna tab out real quick. I want to be able to hear these a little bit better. Here. Like really soft lo-fi.
Not cynically stop
Soft,
looking.
subtle lo-fi to solve
'Cause there's a
puzzles
way
too.
of stopping looking for what you want in resignation and cynicism and closing down. But innocently, openly, stop looking for what you want in this moment.
I also don't know that it'll be, you know, a circle. Oh. It's like this weird distortion marks on there.
And you will find more than what you could ever want. Because more than what can be wanted is already who you are. It's too simple to be grasped.
Interesting.
But absolutely, completely realizable. If, and it is a huge if, of course, you are willing to give up your hope that what you want will be found in the next thought, or the next activity, or the next day.
Her voice is so
or the next woman,
whispery.
or the next teaching, or the next experience. So that's huge. That's the challenge. And I have blessedly traveled to Australia to challenge you in that direction, that directionless direction.
Oh, time for bed. Okay, have a good
It's so
night. Have a
simple
good
that it
sleep.
has to
Thanks
be
for
said
hanging with
over and
us.
over,
Take care.
because it just
It's a very
slips right
distinct
by
speaking
the
style,
mind.
yeah.
And if it's said over and over and in enough ways, and
Maybe I
then
have to stand
not
in here
said,
for this one. Oh, so loud.
it can just be revealed. Not as something new, but as something absolutely fresh. Not new,
Interesting.
but fresh.
Oh, and we can see
Who
how
you
far
are
along it is.
Not new, but it is always fresh.
Oh, this one's long as heck.
Who you think you are is old and dead.
We're done with maybe
You
half.
just keep trying to think it a little better. Squeeze some life.
Adam! Sneaky. Oh, hi. Thank you for the raid. Sykes, Lacey. Maggie, thanks for the shout out for Adam. Arrow, Quantum. This is a test raid. Jeffrey, hi. Toeboy, hi. Welcome in. Testing internet, but people decided to show up, so I forced them to raid. I'm like, what is going on? Oh, wow. I'm so blessed to be the subject of your internet test raid. Hi, friends. It's good to see you all. Glad to have you here. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. Adam, I appreciate you. You were just in here. Seriously though, if you've never seen The Witness, this game is so cool, but if you plan on playing it, don't watch, because it's like everything is a spoiler. Everything is surprising. Oh goodness. Right now, like, these videos are kind of weird, but kind of cool.
It is.
We're not watching it so much for the video as we are for the circles and lines.
It's not a teaching. It's not a belief system. It's not a way to live your life.
I feel like this is such a weird spot to drop into the game too, but
stop. It's not an if you stop, you will be rich and famous and universally loved and never have a sad moment. None of that, I promise. But if you're willing to investigate for yourself without believing it or learning it or hoping to get something from it, just a pure investigation out of the natural curiosity of the human mind, just to investigate for yourself. What is here when I stop trying to get anything?
her smile is so menacing. She's got this like very interesting way of speaking.
And where does that begin?
I think it's supposed to be calming. I don't get fully calming 100% of the time from her, but that's okay.
And then the question, am I willing to trust that?
Or is the circle part of her hair?
Then the challenges get very big. But we'll get to that later.
Oh, okay. Now we're gonna show some more stuff.
Any questions about what I just said?
Are they gonna show the
Want me to
audience?
say it again? You already are everything you want, only maybe not in the way you imagine what you want. And it's that imagination itself that keeps you from discovering that you already are everything you want. So if you just take this evening as an experiment to give up any imagination, any image of what you need to be totally fulfilled. Just give it up. It's just an image, just a thought. Maybe a spiritual thought, maybe a worldly thought, relationship thought, career thought. Just give it up. And directly discover what's here, unthought, unimagined. How's that? Good. Good.
Who is she? Do we get credits for this one too? No credits? I didn't see any puzzles that I wanted to see from hers. She lifts her hand up in the air. That's it. That's all we got. And it's interesting because I feel like the last one was super color matching. The shade of green was perfect. But I don't feel like this matches any of that color or any of these other colors. Maybe yellow? Have we seen a yellow like half circle yet? No. Is she telling me to give up my aspirations? I'm not good at reading into the meaning of these, but I do okay with the circle and line bit. I think she's more saying that it's good to re-examine what you would actually get out of achieving your aspirations. I wanted to say I support you watching as many or few of the short videos as you wish in any fashion. Thank you, Austin. I like these. It's hard for me to watch them on stream and like know what it's getting at with like balancing everything for stream. So I think we'll try to watch and listen to like as many of the sound recordings as we can, but I personally like cannot interpret and like show them to you at the same time. It's like half following along, but get the impression that's about being cognizant of what aspirations are about. Yeah. Feel free. I mean, if you have any words to say about these, I would love to hear them. Hey, Tursmo. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the sound recordings and the movies are fair game as far as, like, they're not gonna solve the puzzles for me or spoil anything for me if we talk about the philosophy behind them. But I could be wrong. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't know that all of those will have a puzzle with them then. Maybe we just watch them the more that we find. Oh, hey, Amaria. Welcome in. One recording that trips up DMCA. Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I've been having, like, Twitch is flagging things that are not in my videos. Like, I check the song title that they're claiming is in the video, and the playlist I'm using does not have that song title in it, or that artist. And it's also, like, it doesn't flag it in the VOD, but then when I make the highlight and I cut it down, it'll tell me there's now a song that's in it that wasn't in it before. Yeah, I know. Lofi Girl has like all of the stuff on their page of how to use their playlists for your stream, and it's really well, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Like spelled out. Yeah, I know. We've been keeping an eye out. I think it's like one particular track that I need to take out of this playlist, but I don't know which one it is because when it shows up in Twitch, it calls it like chill mode, and none of the songs are by chill mode. Also, I can't find any songs like on Spotify or YouTube by anyone called chill mode. It's very strange. But thank you for looking out for us. I appreciate it. The philosophy is certainly part of the experience as a whole, but doesn't necessarily apply to logic puzzles. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Pop tab is being removed. We can turn this back up a little bit now. Annoying that you have to. I mean, yeah. It is annoying that we're having to go back and piece it together because I'm using a playlist that should be just fine. Also, if anybody... Oh, man. I tried to get Nightbot to be able to show us like what song is playing. I wish it automatically showed us the song like Pretzel Rocks does. But Nightbot I don't think is even present in chat even though I tried to add them as a mod. Yeah, they're not here. Weird. I wish I could summon Nightbot. Okay, back to the witness. Nightbot, wake up! I don't know why I mod them and then they don't ever show up to my channel. Oops, sorry, just moving the chair forward a little bit. Some copyright trolls who claim a few generic sounding seconds in a song. Yeah, and dude, like, well, to everybody, there's... If you sing something, it'll flag it. If it's playing in a grocery store behind you, it'll flag it. I've heard of some people, like, coughing or humming or like having their voice do a certain thing, and it'll grab it somewhere if it sound like the way they detect them is really nuanced and really interesting. I have to click join channel in the dashboard. Oh, thank you. Nice. Magus, I didn't know that. I thought I just had to mod them. Thank the mods except Nightbot. Okay, let's go back to this shenanigans. Look, I know this isn't gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Oh, this one is tough. Oh, wait, no, I thought I saw it and I don't. Ooh, tricky, tricky, tricky. These are so difficult because if you want to isolate like these shapes, these squares. Oh, it doesn't even let me get close to the other white line? But how can we do the beep beep? Oh, by the way, I went into the first day of our playthrough and I clipped a bunch of the beep beeps. I want to make like a beep beep supercut. I do not like this one. What does this do? Out of curiosity. No, nothing. What happens if I... Like, do any of these light up? No. Oh, this is terrible. I don't know how to do it. We're trying to, so like these orange dots, squares exist because you want all of the pieces with orange to be set in blocks of 3 like that. And you can lump a couple together, right? Like this. But then I also have to cut the black squares out. What's the rule for black squares? Normally there's black squares and white squares, or black squares and blue squares, or black squares and whatever, and you have to draw lines that separate the squares of different colors. But this one only has black squares. So I don't think there's a rule that says you have to lump them all together. I just think you can't have them lumped with squares of a different color. And then sometimes there's either what little black dots or white dots or different colored dots on the lines themselves, and you have to trace over them, but that's not this one. Sankari, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, this one is tough. But then, what else did we learn? When we added shapes together before, it would have like 2 squares over on this one and 4 squares. And when you smushed them together, I think the individual parts still had to look the same. You couldn't like melt them down. I know that doesn't make any sense, but I like this puzzle. It's a good one for this location. What does that mean? Oh no, don't let me read into it. I don't understand why they keep adding these 2 extra squares at the bottom either. Muffins, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Melting Tetris blocks, yeah. You can't overlap the shapes. From what I understand and what we've seen previously, no. I'm gonna take a break on that one again. Wow. Like this one, we're supposed to separate the different colored squares. But then these little, I don't even know what to call these things at the bottom. They look like they would spin if they could move. Those do something. They do something seemingly arbitrary to Jen thus far. And they make a really unsatisfying failure noise when you get it wrong. Oh, that one didn't do anything that time. Yeah, that gong noise. So it makes like a beep beep noise when you get it wrong, but then if it blanks out one of the squares, it does a gong. Oh, that had another unsatisfying noise. The Witness. A study in absolutely devastating failure sounds. See, and I wish... I don't get it. I don't like this one at all. Okay, let's go away. I don't think we know enough yet. We had some success down here, but I don't think I'm seeing what I need to see. The answer is in the ceiling. Could be. I wouldn't put anything past this game at this point. There's also a walkway. There's this what looks like a path above us, which makes me want to stand up there and be able to look down. I wonder if you can watch the videos from standing up there on the boardwalk. Chai, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Lurkalicious. Have fun. Was there any other green? No, I think we got the green that we were supposed to get. Alright. Very unsatisfied, but let's go somewhere else. We'll come back to this. Oh, this is the locked one. Okay. Also, that giant circle at the top, can we get to that and look down into the hole and see things that we couldn't see before? Okay. Do we want to do more? Oh, we can make the windmill spin the other way. I want to find the totem that has the windmill puzzles on it though, because I want to know how many different ones there are before I spin it to go the other direction. You know? I think maybe today at the end of stream I might want to go back up on top of the mountain again too and see what we missed the first time that we did that. There's just so much. There's so stinking much. We saw this juggler last time. This is really cool. Look. Wow. See, from here you think, oh no, they're so sad. But from here, they're juggling. He never drops a ball. Not once. Very talented. What's this? Oh, this is... Oh, these are new. Huh? What do I do with you? Don't like. No idea. Number, welcome in. How's it going? Give me a clue. Give me something. Dunno. This room in here is super green. Is this window yellow glass? Some kind of colored glass? Hey Seconitas, how's it going? Welcome in. There's a lot of cool perspective stuff, yeah. It's really fun exploring. Weird. Can I get in there? Otherwise? No? That was interesting. We were like watching the background form. Too much to look at. Oh, this is pretty. I don't think we've been in here yet. The purple room. Wow. It's like stuff they use to build some of the different panels and puzzles. What's going on in here? There was maybe something on the ceiling before at one point. I'm not sure. And then this was something, but it's open? Does something happen if I do this? I don't think so. What in the world is this? Something we do needs to lower this little bridge here. Did we look through all these little pathways? Ooh. I'm not seeing what I need to do here. Other than... Oddly, we've got these 2 squares missing here. I don't know if that means anything. I don't think it means anything yet. Ooh, is this... No. And then here's a blank thing that's not lit up at all. I don't know where the wires are coming from. We can't play with that yet. Whew. I don't know with this place. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here's a staircase finally. I want to try to get up higher. Oh, wait. There's the circle. Can we light it up yet? No. But is that what's above the underground thing that we saw? Oh man. Are there any horizon puzzles from here? Not that I'm seeing right off the bat. Doesn't mean they don't exist. Oh, there's... Okay, we want to look at that pillar. This has to be one, right? No. I have to stand in the right spot. Maybe from here? I'm worried that that green one we did with the video player didn't actually work because I feel like we didn't see the explosion happen afterwards. Usually like the sparkles kind of linger, you know? I wonder if I didn't do it either right or fast enough. Because by the time we were done with it, the green on the video screen had like gotten really big. It wasn't a small circle anymore. Does this change what direction you're facing? Yeah. Maybe this helps us solve some stuff. You found the place where I had my aha moment. Oh, nice, Austin. Very cool. That's great. There's so many opportunities for it, but like so many chances where you completely, it's right in front of your face and you don't see them, you know? I want to go look at that pillar. Oh. Oh, weird. Oh my god, I don't know. I'm thinking, what's going through my brain is, say this is facing, like, directly towards this little village, whatever you want to call it. There's some window somewhere I can look through and see this orange behind it, like some kind of lattice or pattern, and the orange shining through is gonna help me solve it. That's what my brain is thinking. I don't know if that's true, but... Hooah. Too much. The simple panels are so much more straightforward. We're past that, apparently. Oh, is this a... This is this pillar. Let's go look at it. Oh, these are the ones from the starting area, right? Yeah. It tracks them all the way over here. I remember because we have only really had one that was a perfect square like that. But does this have the windmill on it? No, it doesn't look like it. Interesting. Rabbit, I'm not sure what you're getting at. I don't know if that's like trying to answer a puzzle question or... But if it is answering some kind of puzzle or spoilers, just don't. I don't want any help solving the puzzles. It's not that kind of game. I'm not sure if it was. It seems like really out of context. But... Oh, okay. I needed a little more context. Also, a hello is always nice first before pointing out things that are going on with the game. Just let us know you're here. Say hi. Happy Sunday. Or Monday, or time zone. Human hello, yeah. Thanks, dude. Austin DM, welcome in. How's it going? The puzzling is okay so far today. We've like found a couple things I didn't know what to do with yet, but also solved a couple. Doing a lot of exploring, walking around, looking at new areas, figuring out what's what. Is this gonna be some learning panels? Because we've been seeing these tilted shape ones, and I don't know if they act in the same way as those other ones. I don't know. No Bay, welcome. How's it going? Coming from someone with a habit of cold opens and Irish goodbyes. Heard a streamer calling them that and thought it was funny. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I could see it, yeah. Where did Jen have her aha moment? The temple looking thing over by the bamboo forest. Which we had seen some like big circles in the environment previous, but I never clicked on them. And that was the first time I was like, well, let me see what happens if I actually click on it. Exploring is fun. I know. There's so much to explore here. I don't know how this works. Sniper Snake, hi, welcome. Good to see you. This is gonna tell me I missed all these other dots. Maybe if it's rotated like that, does it mean I just have to have one of those shapes somewhere? Or... It has to be like attached to it, but you can turn it. that worked. Interesting. Irish goodbyes. I feel like every European country names it after every other European country because they all poke fun at each other. Happy time zone should be a totally new greeting. I got that from Agatha, was the first person I ever heard use that. It's so appropriate for Twitch or like YouTube where you're watching somebody that's in a totally different time of day than you are. Oh, this isn't gonna work. I don't like this one. Happy time zone makes me laugh too. Hey, hi Leon, how's it going? Speaking of Agatha. The little Buddha emotes. Now that the world's entirely interconnected thanks to the internet. Did I try this already? We did. Yeah, we did. And it was not the right answer. How long until people start using UTC? I know. Wait, what was I trying to do there? I'm not sure. This, I think, but we missed one. Ooh, come on. Did we do this? It's still not gonna work. Get rid of daylight savings while we're at it, yeah. Looking forward to when we have a moon or Mars colony and have to somehow track time conversions for there. Maybe we have to finish some of these other areas. No, that's not gonna work though. Oh. Maybe one more over this way? Did we try that? Well, no, because then you know, beep beep, block the path there. Can you just stick one up here? Yeah, but then you can't solve it. I think we tried that. Why is this one so difficult? Yes, that is it. Fails to grasp the concept of this game. Circles and lines. That's it. And it's devastating. Boop. What if I do this, though? Will it at least confirm that this is... I don't know if this will confirm anything. No. It just confirms that that's wrong. I guess it's something. GMT is able to fluctuate a bit. It's an actual time zone used by people, whereas UTC is meant to be kept stable, reliable. In practice, they're usually within a second of each other. It's cool. It's cool. I don't know. We're just not having anything click yet. We gotta keep moving, because I don't want to get discouraged by staring at the same one. And it's just not, I don't know, that one is it's not doing it for us. Isn't there, where's that hole? Where's the well? And does it even look like a well from the ground? Oh, here. Here's that hole. This is above the movie player. Oh, I feel like it has secrets. But I can't see properly down into it. The Tetris thingies indicate somehow how the lines... Somehow how the lines should be. Yeah, in a sense, they do. Are there any new areas we haven't been to? I found that helped me clear my mind. I think so. Yeah, I'm guessing there are new areas we haven't been to yet. I'm gonna look around, kind of poke around this area a little more before we leave, but then we can check out something else. The answer is for everyone in the world to move the same 1/24th strip of Earth where we're all in the same time zone. Perfect. Can someone turn the sun? I just need something to stand on. Oh, can I stand on this? Yeah, but that doesn't help. What else is happening in this area? Did we go in here yet? No, we didn't. Well, did we open this? No, this is just on the wall here. And it seems like it's gonna be straightforward, but it's not. Oh, wait. This is how I did it at first, right? What is... It has these, like, lines here that are broken as well. What does that mean? I don't know. No idea. Lots of people want a jump button in this game, but Jen wants a lean button. Yeah. How many lasers? I think we have 3 lasers going at the mountain. Oh. Oh, there's 2 here. I almost forgot to look for these.
It is a great adventure to contemplate the universe beyond man. To contemplate what it would be like without man, as it was in a great part of its long history and as it is in a great majority of places. When this objective view is finally attained, and the mystery and majesty of matter are fully appreciated, to then turn the objective eye back on man, viewed as matter, to view life as part of this universal mystery of the greatest depth, is to sense an experience which is very rare and very exciting. It usually ends in laughter and a delight in the futility of trying to understand what this atom in the universe is, This thing atoms with curiosity that
Atoms.
looks at itself and wonders why it wonders. Well, these scientific views end in awe and mystery, lost at the edge in uncertainty, but they appear to be so deep and so impressive that the theory that it is all arranged as a stage for God to watch man struggle for good and evil seems inadequate. Some will tell me that I have just described a religious experience. Very well, you may call it what you will. Then, in that language, I would say that the young man's religious experience is of such a kind that he finds the religion of his church inadequate to describe, to encompass that kind of experience. The God of the church?
That sound, I know it's so good.
Richard Feynman, 1963.
Thanks, Richard Feynman. I'm sorry that I'm only taking in a small amount of these, but we will one day further contemplate. There's another one up here! Okay, as I talk about that, we find yet another one.
Oh, my God. How does it happen in this poor old world?
Also, here's that
Thou
orange
art so
panel.
great, and yet nobody finds thee. That thou callest so loudly and nobody hears thee. That thou art so near
Orange.
and nobody feels thee.
Orange.
Thou givest thyself to everybody and nobody knows thy name. Men flee from thee and say they cannot find thee. They turn their backs and say they cannot see thee. They stop their ears and say they cannot hear thee. Hans Denk, circa 1520.
Okay. Look at how there's something like this had some orange and some orange. There's bits painted orange in here. And I feel like they mean something. They might not. But I'm taking a note of them regardless. The audio on the environment puzzles is so satisfying, yeah. The puzzle haunted you for a long time. Oh, true. Thanks for the reminder, Austin. We do have a spoiler chat as well if you want to talk about, has she done this yet? Has she seen this? Has she figured this out? That's the best place to do it. It's in the Discord. And I can open that up and make sure everybody gets their Discord permissions. The one thing I will say about joining off when we're not streaming is if we're not live and it's the middle of the night for me, time zones, I know, so cruel. I won't be able to give, nobody's going to be able to give you your Discord permissions until somebody wakes up and checks Discord, so that's a tough one. Camera, why are you like panning as I do this? Did you see that? Isn't that kind of odd? I'm not awake 24 hours a day, no. No, no, no. I like my sleep when I can get it. Feynman was a big name in particle physics. Nice. God, this... I do feel a little bit... Not distressed. Distress isn't the right word, but... to stream this, like I'm just staring at the floor at some points where I'm like, oh, is this something? And it's not anything. Like, you know, there's some stuff that I want to latch onto and I just have to let it go until I'm like messing with the game off stream sometime, because I don't know. There's just a lot. Oh, safe word. Does green mean I have not listened to it yet? So it's like glowy to catch my attention a little bit more? Cool. Thanks.
Imagine if all the tumult of the body were to quiet down, along with all our busy thoughts about earth, sea, and air. If the very world should stop, and the mind cease thinking about itself, go beyond itself, and be quite still. If all the fantasies that appear in dreams and imagination should cease, and there be no speech, no sign.
More orange.
Imagine if all things that are perishable grew still. For if we listen, they are saying, we did not make ourselves. He made us who abides forever. Imagine then that they should say this and fall silent, listening to the very voice of him who made them, and not to that of his creation, so that we should hear not his word through the tongues of men, nor the voice of angels, nor the clouds' thunder, nor any symbol, but his very self, which in these things we love, and go beyond ourselves to attain a flash of that eternal wisdom which abides above all things. And imagine if that moment were to go on and on, leaving behind all other sights and sounds but this one vision, which ravishes and absorbs and fixes the beholder in joy, so that the rest of eternal life were like that moment of illumination which leaves us breathless. Would this not be what is bidden in Scripture? Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord. Augustine of Hippo, circa 400.
Oh. I don't know if you can play the ones that aren't green. Oh, interesting. Okay. Staring at puzzles and random things is part of the gameplay. I don't begrudge it. It's very much a part of the gameplay, yeah. I guess maybe I just feel a little silly sometimes when I'm like, oh, what is that shadow? And you're like, oh, it's nothing. But I don't know. I don't trust anything in this game to be nothing. I also think this looks like those color puzzles, and this window looks like it would help us solve a color puzzle. But it's not angled in the right way yet, so that's frustrating. I don't know. There's just a lot of cryptic things here. I feel like I want to get inside this orange one because then we can look back at that other orange panel and see what's going on. Oh, this is cool. I like this. How do we get these to connect? See, this is a circle here. But it's not going to work with these blue bits in between. I'm but one viewer, but I'm totally fine with exploring and looking at things. Shadows could be something, yeah. I feel like everything is something. Oh, it's overwhelming. We've been in here, but there's not a staircase to get on top of this one, I don't think. Just vibing, having a chill time. Aw. Scared to chat too much because the accidental spoiler. Oh no! You're good. It's cool. Chat as much. Oh, this is how we get up here. Or as little as you like. I get the like fear of spoilers though too. It's tough. It's a tough one. I feel like when you're so excited about a game like this, you know, you want to share, but you know it could be spoilers. Reiterating that it's been great to see you having found things and figured them out sooner than I did. Aw. Thanks, Austin. I feel like I'm doing well. I feel like everyone's path is so different that it's hard to know, like, until later what went well and what didn't, you know? I'm missing one of the puzzles from a tire stack and it's a simple one. Oh no, Magus. That's the infuriating part of this game, right? When you get to the point where you've done all the things in certain areas and you're going back to try to find whatever little thing it was that you missed. Yeah. Hey, look, this is one of those tree puzzles. Can I... So is this the wire that came from that other area we solved? Yeah. Did we try to do this one? This is the second one we've seen where there's like something going on with light and shadow, it looks like. But I still don't really understand it. These don't make sense to me. This reminds me of the other latticework one where it looks like there's lines coming into the grid from off the grid. But I don't know what that means. Like, how is that supposed to make me think I'm gonna chop this into squares? You know? And what's interesting about these is it doesn't seem to change that much from standing in different areas. Like, it looks like a very distinct line. You know, here there's shadow on the right hand side. You got this little squiggly bit here. You've got one of these lines coming across. You've got this one that kind of goes all the way down. Is it supposed to be... drawing a path? But I don't see a path. Is there a way to see what's causing the... Hello? The shadow itself? It looks like it's up here. This other wire is making something. But again, I don't have like a good vantage point. I wish I was a little higher up looking down at more of an angle. It's such a cool blind experience. I would hate to screw it up. Oh my goodness. These are, oh, interesting. These are these little tiny metal squares. We saw a pile of these kind of railings in that other building. How can I line this up better so that I see what I'm supposed to see? Because it's just not translating. I want to go do more of these apple puzzles. I like these. Bring back the apples. It's like... Can I see? Oh man, I don't know. Okay, so this bit here, this curvy like up bit is what's causing this bit here. So if we go like this, it's gonna hit a wall. But if we go maybe over and then But that doesn't help. Oh, I don't know. I feel like this right here is gonna tell me. It goes up like that and then around the outside square. You know, it's sort of helping me. Can I screen capture this so I can keep using it from the other monitor? No, not efficiently. Oh, why is this such a pain? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to share this screen capture to the Discord because I had to take it from like OBS. It looks really silly. Does this go one more over? Oops. And then here? Yeah, that was it. Oh, that's rough. But, okay, but it's coming from the wire itself. So at least you know it's... I don't know. That's really interesting. Okay, alright. I see you. I see you, the witness. What is this? This is new. This is a windmill puzzle? Where's the windmill from here? Not within view? Makes sense. Haven't finished any personally. Can't remember how close I am to one. Been a while since you played. How is it with this game when you put it down for a while and you pick it back up later? How does that affect your playing experience? Does this... Oh, come on. Ugh. I just wanted to see what it did. To do this all over again. I find it helps to put it down and refresh the brain cells. Well, but I feel like, what happens if you put it down for a long time? Like, a month without playing it at all? Forgotten how to solve a bunch of the puzzles. It's been fun playing along with you. Oh, nice. Most of the knowledge is retained for long periods. I'm surprised how well I've been able to follow along. Okay, cool. Can remember the general mechanics for the most part. Nice. I wanna experiment with this panel, but I don't want to have to redo that other one every single time. Here's some shadows. I can't figure out... I can't find anything that looks like that quite yet. Also, it was part of the wire before the wire was lit up. So does that mean we need to forge ahead a little bit before we know what to do? This is where it comes out. Can we go out here? Onto this little... Oh, hello? Odd. Very odd. Been rusty on processing speeds, but I feel like the mechanics stuck with me. Yeah. That's the orange thing up there. Weird. Oh, this looks like a circle. Do we need that to be... Oh, this is the other side of... We were trying to get this puzzle from... Like, we were standing out on this corner out here and looking towards the shore. At least now we know which way this orange thing is tilted. That's helpful. Also, I feel like this looks like a circle, too. I don't know what's going on with that other one. Ugh. I want to get down there. How do I get down there? I think I can just walk. Oh, this is unreal. There's too much. There's something right there. Stop it. Cut it out. Come on, game. Leave me alone. Oh, there's so many of these. Oh no. Okay, here. Why don't you like that? There we go. Why don't you like that? It looks... Oh, because there's like this slight... What, sun kind of edge on it? Weird. I like how looking for one thing leads to one distraction, another distraction, then a shiny new puzzle. I like, and also I just feel like I'm gonna have nightmares about this game. Nightmares and dreams, and I don't know. There's just a lot. Yeah, that one was being finicky. Oh. There we go. Let's see if it lets us do this. I don't know if it's gonna let us. Okay. Think about the witness outside of the game. One of us! One of us! These are cool. Are we back at the start now? Or are these still new ones? Oh, that's not lined up. And we already got it. Okay. Oh, what was I doing? How many lasers do you have? Hey, Sariman, welcome in. How many do we have? We have 3, I think? I mean, I know I can, like, go look at the focal point and check it out. I don't know how easy it is to tell from far away. Does it say in here? It just says 139 plus 19 here. I don't think that tells us. We have the bamboo forest, we have the beachy one, and we have this the colored lights. 3, yeah. You know you're in trouble when you start seeing circles and lines IRL and try to trace them. I know. Serious trouble. Whew, what were we doing? Going down here. Hanging out. What's up? Oh. Bright colors. A panel that I think we know the rules for. This giant circular door. This aqua paint that looks like it could match the ocean or the sky. Or both. I don't know. We can try this. Trav, welcome in. Hello. Happy Sunday. Oh, this is interesting. Do we know what to do with this yet? This seems unfortunate, right? Because this, how are we gonna cut off these two, but also separate this black square from the white squares? Roy, welcome in. How's it going? Mostly gonna be lurking because I'm at a friend's house. Oh, nice. Have fun. Maybe we have to... Can we stack like this? I don't know the answer to that yet. Oh, but I didn't... Oh. I know what I did. Boop. I'm doing okay, Roy. Yeah, I really like this game. It is a lot sometimes, but I do like it. That's not, I don't think that's ever gonna be the answer. What about this? Maybe? Okay, alright, the door hit me in the face. But we learned some things from that, right? It's good, I like puzzle games, but somehow this wasn't for me. That's fair. That's totally fair. Hooray, bunk. Yes, triangles. How are you today? Triangles. I swear we've brute forced every single triangle puzzle that we've found. No idea what's going on with those yet. We've got some more blue paint to work with. Don't know if it's helpful to us yet. Is this finally gonna line up for us? Where am I gonna fall in the water? I don't think you can. We've been along this shore right here though. I don't remember where we were standing when we got the orange circle to work at least, but we've never gotten all those to line up. Let me stand on these rocks. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here, this is like the only place we've gotten that to work. But there's something about whatever is happening there. It puts a break in the line. Interesting, this one doesn't seem to have one in its reflection at all. At least not that I can tell yet. I feel like we tried this whole shoreline, but maybe not. Does it let us get to this one from there? Yeah. The triangle ones are odd. Ugh. And you get to the point in... Oh my goodness. Brant, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. I hope you're having a good Sunday. What were you working on? How was your stream? Dylan, hi. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me get a quick shout out for you. Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Streaming
Yes.
Serena.
Yes.
How is that
Yes.
going? I don't know if I've heard of that one. And Dylan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And Semi, thank you for the gifted sub to Austin DM. I appreciate it. Did a short stream of Serena. Was a weird story of a game. Interesting. Well, thanks for bringing your people over. We've been working on The Witness on Sundays over here. Have you played it? Are you into puzzle games? Austin, welcome to the human race. Courtesy of Semi. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. We are getting lost in the puzzle sauce. There's just so much to look at. I feel like this is vaguely circular, but no. There's something going on with reflections there. You've done some of The Witness? Nice. Very cool. Great game. Beautiful game so far. We've done quite a few of these. Do they all light up? I know we're missing some too. It's just hard to know which ones we're missing. Nice, Magus. GG's. Did we get this one too? Yeah. I really want this to work out here. What if this lines up from where that From where that orange panel is? I don't think that's the answer though. I think... I don't know. Are there other things inside of this room that help us? This opened up and helped us. Now how do we close the shutters here? Need more orange. Must have orange. Oh, what's this? Hello? Did we just miss this before? Oh, okay. These are on the other side of maybe where we couldn't solve those ones earlier. Imagining the player getting a bucket of paint. Yeah. I wish there were paint buckets. We found a secret tunnel indeed. It's the other side of a door with puzzles on it. I sort of know the secret tunnel song, but I've never actually seen that episode and or very much of Avatar, The Last Airbender. And I know I'm missing out. I've seen bits and really, really liked it. I've just not sat down and gone all the way through. All right. Let's keep it moving. Do we want to maybe go on a hike for a little bit and look for something we haven't seen? Because I'm a little bit stuck here, so maybe we can wander. Oh, here's the pillar again. The tires. A hike sounds great. Let's go for a hike. Atla's one of my comfort shows. Oh, nice, Maggie. I know a lot of people really love it. Also, Maggie, I know you came in and were here for the raid earlier. But it's good to see you. It's good to have you here. I hope you're having a good Sunday. I don't think I said a proper hi. So these pink trees are kind of where the apple puzzles are. Have we been up to this like place over here? Is that where we got our first laser? I think so. Here's a tire stack that we didn't know what it was before. We've gotten a couple. Oh, does this have the windmill ones on it? Yeah. We've only gotten one windmill puzzle? I thought we did 2 different things. Oh well, it's fine. There's a bajillion of these. And then we've seen this desert before, but we didn't do much with it. Sunday's good and cozy. How's everyone doing? I don't remember if I asked. Doing pretty good. Also pretty cozy. Used to think of them as monoliths, but now I'm cursed with tire stack. What was I calling them? Oh, totems. I like totems, but I think I'm now also cursed with tires, and that's okay. I'm looking for some environmental puzzles along the way. There's one along this shoreline, but actually I think it's underneath us where we can't see it. Oh, there's one. But where's the start and the finish of it? Do you have to make these connect? That's cool. I approve. Oh, that one made another cool noise. Oh, because that was the first one on this totem. Maybe. Pillars. Obelisks. We haven't been able to get in here. Should I try this again? Now that we know what this is supposed to be. Except, how do I do this one? I feel like we've seen one like this before. Right, right. Why are these so difficult? I don't understand how that's supposed to work. You're never gonna be able to double back. So do you just have to split these in two? I guess so. That's allowed. We've done that before. I don't know why I didn't immediately try that. Okay. Oh, look. Ooh, this is pretty. We've never seen this area before. We've not been able to get in. Because I think we found that door pretty early on. Oh, I forgot what I learned about these. So they have to rotate then, right? Otherwise, how would this one work? I think we were able to rotate them before. Hey Prescient, how's it going? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Like this, and then no. Love this game. It's really good. It's challenging. Oh, I keep thinking... I keep messing this up. There, this is what I want. Aww. All that, and it didn't even work. I don't understand. Okay, and I don't understand why, if they can't rotate, why this one is lined up this way. I also don't understand. Oh, I think I saw what I did wrong. No. Hmm. Maybe it wants us to do this? No. Problem was I stopped playing and had forgotten the rules. We were just talking about that, actually. I was wondering how hard it was to pick up if you left it alone for a while. I know this isn't it. For me, it was difficult. Yeah, I could see it taking a while to remember again. Yeah. I hate that we keep getting enticed into this area and then I can't do anything. I want to hang out over here. It looks cool. Ugh. We did some of this area. Oh, here's a circle. What the heck? Excuse you? Excuse you? Come on now. Helps to find the Tetris tutorial area. I feel like we found it and then I didn't finish it, maybe? We got stuck? We did one of these and it looks like we got stuck. This looks like another one of those shadow ones. Oh, I've never been in here. What's going on with you? I'm assuming... Okay. Alright. Did we skip over all this? Oh, here's a nice little flower. Hello. These are... None of these are lit up. Okay. I'm suspicious of these panels, the way they kind of, like, doesn't that look like that's gonna line up with something? With the ceiling? Wait, it doesn't stay open? Why not? We have been down there. It's gonna lock me in. Weird. I kind of just wanted to come down here to look for environmental puzzles across the way. What can I see from here? Well, not much because of this railing. Okay, how do you work? It's kind of clever, right? The branches are... We're not supposed to touch the branches. The shadows that the branches make. I like this. Ta, welcome back. Hello. Oh, I'm standing in the way there. Okay. Okay, I like these. This is going well. We're getting that serotonin again from the puzzle completed noise. Oh no, this one is all shadowy. Do I have to stand up here to do it? Not if I try to run through the bush. It's not gonna work. No. It doesn't help. Okay, we can do this. Maybe. We found this section on the first day but hadn't figured out how to pay attention to the shadows. Yeah, I had no idea yet. I had no idea yet what I was doing. I'm assuming this is not it. We have to open the door and do it. Let the light through! Okay, gimme. Oh, I'm too slow. And it glares a bunch from up there. Quick, screenshot it! Okay, we got it. It's fine. Everything's fine. So now this one we have to ignore the lattice work. Maybe? It's gonna be tough. Oh, well, not yet, but it's gonna get tough. It's not a super time-sensitive door, yeah. It could be worse. Oh, hello. Oh my. Okay, I'll look at this one in a second. Can I see more stuff on the other side of the wall from here? No, not really. I mean, I'm sure it's something, but nothing immediately apparent to my eye. This is a thing here. We did this one when we were at the other angle. This is a cool looking tree. What secrets do you hold? This game is just constant double takes all the time. It never ends. You just see yourself going like, oh, what was that? Oh, what's over here? Shuffling about. Oh, this is so odd. This one, this circular hook thing, it looks different. Can we get up on top of that? I don't think so. Not that I can see yet. Oh, interesting though. You can see some of the reflection here as well from this other part. Weird. I feel like this one's extra difficult. And I'm just kind of winging it. Okay. Here. That was actually it. Oh no. Remember when I said these lattice patterns were suspicious? Now, because now they're at an angle. Okay, fair. But this one, oh, come on, come back. This one is not the same thing, because that's a tree branch. Oh, this one... I want to say we can go here. And here. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Very trolley puzzle, yeah. The angled lattice is tricky. Mm-hmm. It's different. Okay, we've got this and one over there too. Oh. These are how we started? No. Now do we change the rules? We changed the color of the thing. And this reminds me of the one we did earlier where we did trace the shadow. Yeah. Interesting. So does that wire split? Yeah. Oh, I didn't see this right here. Okay, cool. Very cool. Is one of them light and one of them shadow? I like it. I like it. If it is, I approve. This is, like, not exactly following very closely here. We're just, it's like drawing with crayon. Going outside the lines a little bit. This game is truly amazing, you think? Yeah, I don't know how they did it. Well worth the exploration. Oh, this is... I wonder if I need to stand slightly different? No. This is an artistic interpretation of a witness puzzle. Very cool. How much time it must have taken. I know! I can't imagine writing puzzles. Do you remember when you were a kid and you tried to draw a maze for the first time? You had all those mazes in your coloring books, and like if you went to church as a kid, the church Sunday school flyer always had a maze for you to do, and in magazines and on cereal boxes, and you tried to draw your first maze in like preschool or kindergarten or whatever, and you're like, yeah, look, here's the start and here's the finish. It's a real skill. It's hard to do. The most garbage maze ever. I certainly didn't get it right the first time. I don't know that I've ever made a good maze. I'm sure I had to do it for school at some point. Is this not a path here behind this tree? No, that's just a wall. Yeah, just a wall. Where does this wire go? Nowhere. Underground. Why? And you don't have another wire. Oh, here we go. Okay, what am I doing? Where are we going with this? I want this, well, do we go up and then over? I want this to be right, but I don't know that it is. It's like slightly off. This part makes sense. This part doesn't make sense to me. It looks like we should go up and over. Right? No? I was reading on it and they hired architects and other positions for the game. Yeah. Your Sunday school had fun things. I mean, it had like a pamphlet. Actually, yeah, it was pretty fun. I didn't learn like anything about church. But we had like coloring and crafts, and we played the miniature handbells. The ones that were supposed to get you ready for the real handbells later in life. The ones that had pretty rainbow colors. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Blow did all the puzzles. Had a team though making the game, but he made all the puzzles. Very cool. Dropped out because it was depressing. I went to Sunday school for a long time and church for a long time, but I liked it for the music and the crafts and the friends that also went to our church. And then I stopped going. This is confusing. Oh, really? Who said that one was trolly? I feel like that one's super trolly. Because of what's going right here in the corner. But, whatever. Close enough. I'll allow it. What's happening here? Oh, are we supposed to follow? Oh. Oh. Oh no. So is this trolly because those two branches don't actually connect? Where's the finish? Or do I have to stand in a way so that they do? No, I don't think I can stand in a way where these ever connect. They do right here. Can I solve it from here? No. Can I solve it from here? What if I try it though? Does it even let you attempt? It's not gonna work. Here, is that close enough? Is that fuzzy enough to where it works? But I feel like if that's the answer that's whatever coded into it, it's never gonna work even if you stand in a place where you can see the shadows connecting. Right? Does it just connect at the bottom there? I don't think it does. Thought the last one was trolling because all the white noise and the various branch offshoots. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. There's just a lot going on. That one's kind of trolly too. Oh, it's making a noise. Something's happening. Is there anything else going on down there? I don't know. Where did it... Oh, you know what though? Wasn't there... Don't we need to go back down and go to the other... some other path? Where was that branching one? This way we need to go. Oh, we've got... purple now. Wow. Fascinating. It doesn't let you... Oh, this is so weird. Purple. Also, the game looks gorgeous. Yeah, it truly is. I know. Weird. So wherever this one cuts off is where this one starts, it kind of seems like. I'm not seeing it yet. Where's the finish? Over there? So it looks like we can go to the right. Oh. Maybe? The obscured panels are cheeky. I feel like these and the one where you follow the path of the shadow are kind of cheeky because they're sort of like just a little bit like off, you know? It's not as precise, but they're fun. Gotta head out, but thanks for the stream. Thanks, Sniper Snake. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Want to know who thought it was a good idea to put orange deals in front of the panels? Also, what's that over there? What's that back there? Is that where this debris came from? Alright, and then we're gonna take a stream break soon, too. It's almost time. I don't understand how this one works. Maybe it's just... Maybe I don't go all the way over. Maybe just like this. No. I definitely thought that was it. Is it supposed to be like down one more? No, because you can't, these two don't connect, right? Don't they know that the puzzles are here? Apparently not. It almost... Okay, then it almost looks like we're supposed to go here. Oh god, I hate how... Let me in there. Like something like this. I don't know if this is right, but... Yeah, okay. Weird. Ugh. How? How am I supposed to get to that? How? What is? Alright. It's just wherever it leaves off is where the next one starts. Kinda, sorta. The twists of perspective. They're always really cool. We can try it from here and see if I can get this. I think this. It looks like that would be a bigger section of... No. Oh, it has to connect back? Weird. The proportions were all wrong. Oh, there's 2 possible starting points on this one? Okay. Interesting. This one's really weird. Hey Tunes, how's it going? Welcome in. I feel like I have this all wrong. Like, maybe this is supposed to start over here. It's just off by a little bit. No, that doesn't make any sense either. I wish we could do it backwards. Because I think this should go here, right? That's the end. So this would go over, let's say, one more, and then down, and then over, and then that's where that connects here. And then I don't understand how those are supposed to connect, though. We can just try it. I think I'm like 1 off. No, this is wrong. This sounds weird. I don't see how they connect. Like, I feel like I see it up here in this corner, but I don't see it down here with this one. Unless this one's just straight up wrong. Could be. Like, it's not part of it. It's like a separate line. I don't know. What's over here? Is this a circle? Looks like the beginnings of a circle. Ooh. What's going on in there? Can I get in yet? I don't know if I'll be able to get in yet. Or at all. It's one of these puzzles open something for us? Probably. Oh, what's back here? Triangle? Voice recording.
In a sense, what modern physics is to the history of Western thought, Zen is to the development of the Eastern worldview, the ultimate refinement of more than 2,000 years of incisive debate, discussion, and critical development. Yet the difference between the two could hardly be more marked. Whereas physics is interested above all in theories, concepts, and formulas, Zen values only the concrete and the simple. Zen wants facts, not in the Western sense of things that are measurable and numerical, which are in fact abstractions, but as living, immediate, and tangible. Its approach to understanding is not to theorize, because it recognizes that previously accumulated ideas and knowledge, in other words, memories of all kinds, block the direct perception of reality. Therefore, Zen adopts an unusual approach. Its buildup involves language, which is unavoidable. Any method, even if it turns out to be an anti-method, has first to convey some background in order to be effective. But the way Zen uses language is always to point beyond
down there,
beyond concepts to the concrete. David
Cool.
Darwin, 1996.
Thank you, David. Oh, look at this. This is gonna be a whole thing whenever we light that one up. I want to know what we did by finishing that sequence earlier. If it opened a door or if we were just supposed to come back up here. Ellie or Ashley Johnson? What do you mean, Prescient? Do you know who voice acts in this? All the voice recordings are really nice. Oh, there's one over here? What does that belong to? Who do you belong to? A cloud? Come on. I don't think that's it. It's not stark white. Maybe it belongs to... I mean, I think it belongs to a panel, but it'd be cool if it belonged to, like, this wood or one of the other trees or something. The voice, yeah. From Critical Role and Ellie from The Last of Us. Oh, gotcha. I don't like this one. I don't get it. Alright, well, I think we're gonna take a quick stream break. I'm gonna get up and stretch. And, you know, step away for a second. Oh, Nichols, hi! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How's Final Fantasy X? We were just about to take a break. I'm so sorry. But, welcome in. It's good to have you. I hope you're having a great day. I hope your stream was really awesome. And, I hope you're liking Final Fantasy X. Off for the night? Okay, Prescient. Take care. We'll see you around. Welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you here. A break in the woods. I know we're kind of stuck on this one puzzle, so I'm gonna leave you all with a beautiful view of the foliage here, and we're gonna clear our heads. Love it. One of your favorites. Nice. I'm so glad. Thank you again for coming in, and thank you, Meggie, for shouting out Nichols. I appreciate it. All right, you know the drill with these witness streams too. Ready? Prescient, thank you for thanking the mods. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Welcome back, humans. I love when I forget to tab out and you can see me moving the camera all around. Music reminds me of snowy area of Secret of Mana. That's cool. Actually, hang on one second. I know I didn't even take the BRB thing off the screen yet. But I'm gonna go check on Dee Dee really quick because I just heard her. I'm gonna make sure she's okay. We're good. I actually think it was Duncan, so they're both making cat noises. I don't know. Welcome back, everybody. Hi. I hope you had a good break. It's not Friday, but I was feeling a little wine for our puzzles. Cheers. Sunday night, chillin', playing the Witness, hanging with my friends. What kind of wine? It's Chardonnay from a box. Puzzle juice, yeah. Shinobi, it's good to see you. Hello. I like that sip emote. What is that villager's name? I can never remember. It's a really cute one. Punchy, yes. Alright, so I don't feel any closer to solving this one. Bonk, bonk. You don't understand. The funny thing is when you get close like this, you know, it looks like this connects to that one over to the left, but it's not helpful. I'm supposed to do this or something? I'm just supposed to come up here? No? I don't get it. I don't like that one. I don't like how they're just slightly... I feel like it's not... as much puzzly as it is. It's more jigsaw puzzly, like you're trying to move the physical pieces to be in the right spot. And I still don't know what this is over here. Maybe that one goes with this, because I don't see any other stuff going on. Nichols, thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad previewing. 8 months is a lot of months. We're glad to have you. Thank you so much for the resub. How are you going to be spending the rest of your Sunday? Now that you're done streaming. I think it'd be fair to say a sort of softer puzzle than what the panels represent. Interesting. Dinner and some TV with friends. Nice. That sounds perfect. I don't... Where I'm hung up is it feels obvious that this should be where you start. But I don't like closing this gap here, which makes me think it starts over here. But why would you start over here when this one is so clearly highlighted, you know? And I want to stand here. There we go. These friends have not seen Adventure Time yet. Oh, that's awesome! Have fun! I'm so hyped when people start, like, sharing Adventure Time with other people. I hope they like it. It's worth the long haul of watching it, because the first few episodes you're like, I don't really know what's going on, and it's kind of a kid show, and this is kind of weird. It's worth it. You love it. Me too. Where there can be solid reasons, but that I feel like most of the puzzles have some sort of rock solid internal rules. But I like the variety being present. I feel that. I don't know what I was going for here. Not really sure how this shakes out. I almost feel like see, this I feel like is where I landed before, or something similar, and that didn't work out. Alright, I don't know. That's annoying. Let's go try to figure out where that other one ended up opening. If it opened anything. I feel like we'll get it, we'll come back to it, we'll do it. It's not gonna be, you know, I think it'll click later. I'm annoyed that I can't do it now because I want to get further in this area. And I feel like it just doesn't feel super puzzly. It feels like I'm just lining it up wrong or something, which is kind of how this game works anyway. I don't know. Not satisfying. Hang on one second. Well, thanks, Streamlabs. Maggie, I don't know if you're around, but I think it's just a bot. Don't click on links from bots. It's a bad time. We couldn't get down here before, so this all opened up then. Oh, well we should have just come down here. Did like this whole thing unfold, kind of? Wasn't this like a building? Well shoot, this is cool. What's that? But these aren't powered. Oh. There's a lot happening over here. Don't click on links from Streamlabs or Nightbot. Okay, well, you know, better safe than sorry. This is an interesting looking area. Here's our boat. Does it lower this to so we can get down there? Yeah. But how do we get up there? And what's all this green paint about? These green, look at, suspicious. Oh, thank you, Maggie. Did someone say boat? Should we ride the boat today? I feel like we should. Oh. What's down here? Oh, oh. We've seen these before, but I didn't know what to do with them. I don't know, something like that. Why is it? Oh. Bright red. Weird. Looking around and overloading your laptop. Oh no. That's okay. Hopefully it can take it and nothing, you know. You can just lurk around. Would we learn from all this before? Ugh, my brain hurts. How are you supposed to combine these? Oops. Like this? Oh, but this is blocked here. But you could add it there if you wanted to, maybe. Maybe. Not sure if that'll work. Because this has an extra square right there then. Weird. I just feel like nothing is satisfying today. Like, we keep getting little tidbits and going, I don't know, I'm not sure that's how to do that. Like, I don't know what these white, three-legged things are. We haven't figured that out. We still don't really know what, well, we don't know what these stars are. We don't know what these, like, tilty things are. There's some panels over there. Something about Discord? Oh no! Wait, Maggie, I can't see that message. I don't think. Oh, and Slime Rancher crashed. There it is. No, I can see it. Chai, take care. Have a good one. We'll see you around. Thanks for hanging with us. Still see this thing right here. What I'm hearing is the panels are mean. Yeah. I feel like we're missing a tutorial section somewhere. And I feel like we did everything in the wrong order. Interesting that you can get into this side without solving that. You can go at it from the other direction. Well, maybe it might stop us from here. I'm not sure if we'll be able to progress. Not much was happening in Slime Rancher. Some floor management, nice. Yeah, always satisfying. Hey Fox, how's it going? I like games that just drop you into it, but for puzzles like this, there's some good gradual progression in some of the other areas we've been to. There's just a lot to explore. It's a massive game, so at some point you're gonna hit a section where you're like, I don't know what this is. I'm gonna come back later. But it is a lot. I feel like everyone has played the game in the wrong order, but it's part of the journey. In the gen order. Like the braided streams, this part's cool looking. Yeah. What I'm enjoying, I mean, of all of this, as much as I'm frustrated by the panels, we're still finding environmental puzzles here and there. We're still finding new stuff to unlock. We're still making progress. Oh, I meant to do this after break. I wanted to show 158 plus 21. Still don't know what it means, but that's okay. I've approached many areas from different physical direction. Yeah. This is a circle here, but I think we are gonna have to see it from higher up. It's sparking, but it's not. I don't think that's the angle we're supposed to look at it from. Maybe from up there. Alright, what's... We've done these before. What did that do? Oh, am I supposed to... I don't know. Loud garage door. Let me open this from the other side. This is cool looking too. Okay. Okay, nice. Oh, hello. What are you doing? You've got a bird. Aw. It's a big door, yeah. Can open this from here now. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Seems helpful. Ooh, is this gonna teach us how to do these things? Wait, what is happening? Is it closing us in? What's going on? Weird. If I stand... No. Can I get rid of this so that we can use this dot? Oh, you can, like... Can we stand up there and see it? Oh, look at that. Oh, the statue and then like the outlines of statues behind them. You holding another bird? It almost looks like a microphone. Understand how these work. What do you do? Does it cancel out one of these? Because we saw that one that canceled out one dot. I think that was in the basement puzzle, right? Stop moving. Okay. So now we can get all but one? If I can even. Weird. Oh, interesting though. I mean, they're gonna make it so it's hard to just capture one, obviously. Ugh. No, no, no. Huh. That's tricky. There we go. Oh, this doesn't have one. LOL. They start making you look for it and it's not even there. Wait, so how did I just do it and I got all of them? Like this. That one's a troll. You brain farted something fierce with these. I'm just glad that I get this one when I couldn't get those other ones in the woods, but they're all so nuanced. Your brain is constantly, okay, I can't do that thing I did earlier. What else can I do? Gotta head out, hopefully for some adventure time. Have fun, Nichols. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. We'll see you around. Cheers. Happy Sunday. That didn't work. What did I do with these other ones? Does it have to be pointing some way? Does it, oh, does it like divide the puzzle into a, like a whatever? Where's the dot from this one? I don't even see it anymore. Oh, there it is. So I feel like I have to miss one of these two here. Because it has to be within one of the... Well, no, but this dot is still technically... Maybe there can't be any lines between. You know what I mean? It's really tricky. It definitely divides the puzzle into a whatever. Yeah, I know. You can't cancel out 2 though, right? You can only cancel out 1. You like this quarry section? Hey Dorky Charmander, welcome in. I like hearing what everybody's favorites are. Okay, that worked. So I think you can't separate the symbol from whatever dot you're trying to cancel out, is what I'm gathering. And now we powered on this puzzle here. So what did I do with this though? That's the interesting thing. I think I did, yeah, I did it and I didn't even realize. Okay, weird. And this is gonna lift this up. Can we solve it from here and do this? We're moving! I like this mechanic, but not my favorite yet. Gotcha. I enjoyed the entire concept of the symbol really threw my brain for a loop. Yeah, it did for me when we first saw it. Tapping back and forth, I'm a sucker for puzzles that use shadows. There was a bit where the circuits and patterns were made by matching shadows? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it's cool stuff. I found this part to be hard, but I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, it's teaching us these new symbols and it's gonna get trickier for sure. Oh, more birds. Little bird shadows. Oh, we can open that door over there too. And we can walk down into this apparently. Interesting. Can we do this one yet? No? I don't know what that is. And table, welcome in. It's good to see you. Meant the hill with containers. The orange steel containers. Looked like the shadows cast by leaves and trees. Yeah, we did some of the, we did some shadow ones earlier. They were cool. We got stuck on one, so then we headed over here. But I like some of the shadow ones. Some of the shadow ones were kind of trolly. Still fun. Still good stuff. Oh, interesting. This is the opposite of what I did over there. No, that one's the same. That one's... I don't know what that means. We can do this, that. Oh, weird! Look, now this is... I knew when we stood up here... Oh, no, the platform's back down. So when this one is up, this one has to go down? I want this ramp again. Oh, it switched that. Very strange. go on with this like little chunk they took out of the ceiling there. Okay, now we should be able to do this one. Could we do the other one before? I don't think we could. Not from here, from a different angle. Weird. Okay, alright. Let's do this series, or at least attempt it. Whew. Do you cancel this one out like that other puzzle? No. Do you cancel? Oh, because it had a line between them? No? Okay. Are you gonna turn one of those the correct color? Weird. Does it just pick whatever one's the oddball for you, or do you only leave it 2 to mess with? It picks. It knows. It's a smart little white symbol. Weird. Okay, now though. It's gonna change the, oh wait, the red one for us. It can swap, okay. There's a lot happening here. Okay. Does this game use both analog sticks? It does. Yeah. And the mouse controls, if you use mouse and keyboard, it controls the second one and the camera. Yeah. We haven't looked too much at the control options, but there's some. I just don't know how varied they are. It's a good question. I am playing on controller for comfort's sake. We played mouse and keyboard for a little bit the first day, and it was fine. It works really well, equally well. I just preferred controller. What am I doing here? Boop. I actually didn't know there was controller support for this game. Yeah, it's really good. It works really well. Okay, well... This could work? Yeah. I don't think the same thing's gonna work twice, but we've got a little better idea of what we might be able to do here. I wish I could cut that one out. of the equation, but it's not gonna work. For mouse and keyboard, here, let me try to show you. So this is what it looks like when I'm walking around, and it's using both analog sticks, one to move the camera. Oh, what's that? One to move the camera, one to walk. But when I play mouse and keyboard, the mouse is just moving the camera around, and then it's WASD or whatever you set up to walk around. And then once you click, it turns into like the puzzle screen. And now my mouse is controlling this cursor, which does the puzzles for me. Or if I'm using controller, one of the analog sticks, one of the joysticks controls the new cursor. There's like 2 modes. You're either in free explore mode or you're doing a puzzle. And you can really easily tab in and out of the different modes. Okay, I got distracted. I want to listen to this.
What is divine in man is elusive and impalpable, and he is easily tempted to embody it in a concrete form, a church, a country, a social system, a leader, so that he may realize it with less effort and serve it with more profit. Yet,
Stairs.
the attempt to externalize the kingdom of heaven in a temporal shape must end in disaster. It cannot be created by charters or constitutions, nor established by arms. Those who seek for it alone will reach it together, and those who seek it in company will perish by themselves. Hugh Kingsmill, 1944.
Voice recording. This is a monkey outline. I see what they did here. It's cool. What are those? Llama, hi. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Okay, so if I've got one singular green, yeah! Oh, that's so interesting. You can gather up all the other red blocks if you've already like singled out one of the oddball color. That's so oof. Okay, alright. These are pretty rad. Wait, I feel like I want to do it this way. This one looks like it's gonna be a pain in the butt. I wish... That was so interesting. I wish you could take 3 of one color, 3 of another, and like cancel out. Well, how did that work? This should leave 1 unaccounted for, right? Yeah. Oh, so if you... Oh, that's interesting. But this should work. No, because I didn't separate the green and the blue. Yeah, you can't move your character while in puzzle mode, exactly. This one is interesting. So what happens if you... What does this do? This is not gonna work. I gotta stare at it for a while. I'm not sure what's going on here. Do we need to cut out... No. Oh, of course, no problem, Antable. These are important questions. Oh, did we do it here? Have I not done this yet? Oh, okay, we didn't do that yet. It's making a lot of noise. Oh, thanks for redeeming Human Hoodie. It should still be the rainbow one, right? If you do... Here, let me check. We're voting on the Hoodie of the Week tomorrow. We might start doing Hoodie of the Day. That could be cool. Thanks, Llama. I don't know. If we vote at the beginning of every stream what we want the Hoodie of the Day to be. Satisfying success noises! It should be... Yes, right here. This one is cozy. Rainbow. What are you all leaning for next week if you could pick a hoodie right now? Which one would you pick? Oh, it gave us this panel now. Ooh, it's got dots and colors. Weird. Does that... Ooh. My brain. Okay, hang on. What does this do? Not the thing we want. Ooh, skeleton hoodie. I forgot about this skeleton hoodie. I can't wear that for stream though. It's a whole onesie. Do you have a skeleton hoodie, Llama? Is that what you mean? Oh, this is so weird. My brain can't comprehend this one. What does this do? Not what we want. What does this do? Also not what we want. But this, I mean... Oh, weird. I thought it was one of the options. I think I like the onesie so much my brain put it on the hoodie list. It's just a Halloween one. Like it used to be a channel point thing. I don't know if you're used to seeing it on when you go to like pause channel point redemptions, the mods, you might still be able to see the one that says like full skeleton hoodie. Cause for the charity stream I could like zip up. It has a zipper that goes all the way and then there's like a little skeleton face when you zip it. I like the sheep one. Yeah, that one's really fluffy. It is good. Man, what is going on here? Because we can isolate this one, this symbol. Oh, does this do it? Yeah. Woo, the noises are so satisfying. Now where does it want me to go? Up through the air conditioning. We didn't figure out this other environmental puzzle, but there's another ending here. How do we get up on the roof? Whoa, that's cool looking. Look at these little spirals from here. It's almost like eyes are looking in on us. Look! Look, they're peering into the warehouse. Like that's the bridge of a nose. That's super cool, actually. Look at these little birdies. Ooh, if we stand here, it looks like we have wings. I was thinking, I wonder if I stand here, and then I answered my question. I knew there was a purpose for these. I love it. What the heck? Does this give us a crown? Who made this game? I know, we talked about it earlier. Jonathan Blow made the puzzles, but maybe not all this cool environmental stuff. Like, okay, so you're already so into it and like zoomed in on the puzzles and the environmental puzzles and everything, and then you're just strolling along and there's puppies and there's crowns and there are eyes peering in on you. It's great fun. Like everything is something. And now, but then I get in this moment where I'm like, now I'm paralyzed by choice and I can't go anywhere. If you hold the button that switches to puzzle mode, can your character move? If you hold it, no. Because once you press it, it puts this border around. I don't know how else to describe it, but it locks you into place. I feel like the whole point of going into puzzle mode is so that you can't move, unfortunately. Finding those, hadn't noticed the crown wing shadow. Ooh, I feel so cool. We're finding secrets, we're finding the good stuff. I know there's a lot that I haven't done, but there's plenty that, you know, we're trekking along. We're doing our best. I don't think that I can get to where I want to go from in here, though. So I think I need to flip the... Oh, hello. The elevator switch so that I can... Oh, right, we can go down the stairs now. That's right, that's right. And we opened this door earlier. Oh, well. Now we can go up here. There's the eyes. There's the culprit of the creepy eyes. It looks so different from up here. Ooh, nice, like, crackle noise when we step on the branches. Okay, I see you. Now we can get this one. No. Not yet. you. Can we get this one now? Close, but not quite. Not circular enough. Oh, there we go. We needed the magic. Pow! Look, here's one of the suspicious cloud cutouts. I love the close but not quite sparkles, yeah. Yeah, I like that they do that. I like that they give you this little fizzle of hope, like, okay, well, we found it, we just don't know what we're doing quite yet. I have the most difficult witness puzzle. Make it accessible. I know. I'm like trying to answer all your questions, but this one's the way that they make it flip back and forth like that. How it is necessitates 2 joysticks or keyboard and mouse, which doesn't help. Oh, this actually has, what's FPS mouse lock? Is that the thing that click to move? Oh, interesting. So now I just turned off the keyboard mouse thing, and if I... Yeah, but that still doesn't help this situation. I don't know. I'll be thinking about it. Oops, I changed something. I want to go back to here. Yeah. Mouse lock is about locking the bounds of the window. Yeah. Game is iOS compatible. You can click to move in the non-puzzle solving mode. It's iOS compatible. I can take some time, remind me, but I can take some time, either at the end of stream today or off stream to take a better look at that set of controls, because that's interesting. They have some options, but I don't think it's, oh no. What did I do to make this so slow? Did I accidentally change something? Okay, well. Click to move is suspicious, yeah. Mouse speed 2D, yeah, I think that was it. I didn't realize we could make that faster all along. I always thought that that was a little too slow for my liking, so we can speed it up. What was I trying to do? Oh, get a better view of the, railroad tracks. Oh, hello. I walked right over this. Ooh, now it's too fast. Whee! We did it. Let's just put these here. Pad sticks layout, pad move dead zone, pad aim dead zone, pad aim sensitivity, mouse softening. Invert click to move turn, invert click to move sidestep, invert mouse for y-axis, x-axis. But do what? Okay. No. Where does this... How does this... It's not a lift? Is this the highest setting it goes? So if I do it the other way, then we'll go down? I'm good up here for now. I don't think I want to go down. Would now be a good time to redeem cat toes? Yeah, we can say hi to the cat's number. You want to? The trees in this game are unfairly good. The trees are so nice. And there's just so many, like, what kind of optical illusion is happening here? I'm not really sure, but there's something going on. Maybe it has to do with this gray or the shadow. We'll take a look at it in just a minute. Let's say hi to the cats. Thank you, number. You think you saw it? I think I, like, see a glimmer of it. We'll look at it again in a minute. Jim, hi, welcome. Looking it up, apparently click to move was intended as a feature, but they couldn't get it polished. However, I did see people creating mouse-only controls since all you need is a mouse button moving you forward. Interesting, Austin. Interesting. Thank you for, I mean, that's cool that you did some additional research. Cats? Okay, let me go see which cat wants to say hi. Hello. Kitten. I have treats in the treat room. Duncan doesn't want to say hi. He does. Good girl. Oh, now Duncan wants to say hi. Okay. You can come in the treating room if you behave. I know. Whenever I listen to cat cameos on the VOD, I sound weird and muffled, but it's just me talking to the cats. Curious, because accessibility matters and the pacing of the game makes it relatively friendly for finding workarounds. Right? I think it's the perfect one to explore. Because of the pacing. You can hear Duncan is meowing. Phoebe is purring. Oh, hi. You want treats? Let's get on some cat treats. Hey, Dunk. Oh, good job. They both, like, sat down. I know they don't know commands, but if I had taught them sit, stay, that's what they're doing. So, good job, cats. Are you ready for treats? Oh my goodness! Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Welcome to the human race. Thanks for hanging out with us. I think it's a first time sub. I can't read it from here, but thank you. I'm glad you got to meet the cats. Here, be nice, share the treats. Share the treats. You each get the same amount. Duncan, do you want to say hi too? Let's go read chat because I can't read it from here. How do I say that? Leaves Mercy. I know my streamer brain is not reading your username correctly. I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Enjoy your Earth Badger emotes. Your ad-free viewing. Duncan says, please give me more treats and put me down. Okay, good job. Thanks for participating. You get a gold star. You'll get a gold star. We'll see you later. It is so good. Phoebe's probably gonna meow at the door now. And also, thank you for the human hoodie earlier. It's a little warm. Let's Mercy, thank you for correcting me. Welcome in. Sorry for messing up your name. We're glad to have you. Let's get back to the puzzle. The big paws, yeah. Duncan is the big cat with the tiny meow. And BB is the super fluffy cat. With the meow that you hear at the door. Found you on YouTube and love watching the playthroughs of Metroid. Thank you. Welcome. We'll be back to Fusion tomorrow, but we play puzzle games too and listen to lo-fi and relax. It's a good time here. I'm glad to have you. All the love. Look at all those emotes. Thank you again, Number. That was fun. We got to see both cats. Who doesn't sound a little weird talking to their cats? Fair. Yeah. Alright. We're at 3 hours, 45 minutes of stream. We still got some time. Nearly created a solution. If you double press the puzzle mode button, what happens? Like, if you press it twice really quickly, nothing. Because when you're in puzzle mode, I bet you can change this, but when you're in puzzle mode, now the button that put you into puzzle mode controls your cursor. And to get out of it, I have to press a different button to, like, cancel. If that makes sense. Steedling, welcome. Hi, how are ya? And not really into Pokemon. Thank you for the follow. Excited to see your stream. If I don't work, oh, gotcha. I know. I'm glad that people are finding them on YouTube. I stream from Eastern time zone, but like before the end of the workday. We're kind of the late afternoon dinner time slot for Eastern, and then for anybody that's not East Coast US, obviously, if you're not in the US, it's a completely different story. But West Coast, I stream a little too early in the day for anybody that has a 9 to 5, so. Oh yeah, we went on break when I was looking at this tree shadow. This has to be something cool. And I wonder if it has something to do with this gray cloud finally, now that we're here. Look how neat the shadow of those branches looks. But I can't tell what it is yet. Llama, you said you saw it? I know PST sucks sometimes. It's really early for Meggie and anybody on Pacific time. One phrasing could be into puzzle and out of puzzle. Yeah, and then you would change like the button that controls the cursor once you're in puzzle mode. Maybe. I don't know. I'm doing good, Steedling. I'm doing pretty good. I like this game. We've had a really good stream. We're crushing our sub goal. Thank you so much. We're looking at doing that cosplay at the end of the month, maybe sooner if we hit it sooner. And feeling pretty good today. I thought I saw something in the tree. Got some leaves. Some little leaves. Shakes fist at gray cloud, yeah. Controls menu seem to designate 2D versus 3D. Seems a little obtuse to me at first glance. Gasped about the tree. I've never seen that before. Ooh. What did I miss? Don't tell me yet. I gotta look a little longer. There's something like... something about this tree. You know? Once you see it, I'm sure you can't unsee it. Been playing this game for the first time too. Oh, nice, Steedling. Progress has been erratic. It's such an interesting game. We abandon puzzles all the time to come back later, so it's fine if it feels erratic because there's no one way to complete the game or play the game, let alone complete it. Oh, there's a little face here. Hello. There's a nose and a little mouth. That's neat. Neat. Is that it? Is that what you saw too? Didn't figure out anything about the tree in your playthrough? It's almost like there's, now I'm gonna see a couple of them. But I don't think there's another. This almost looks like a nose, but I don't think so. Screen share. We can solve this. Yeah, we should look at it closer. I know. I feel like that would be a good Discord activity, and anybody else that wants in on it too. The more brains looking at it, the better. That's what you saw? Nice. I still don't know. I wish it also incorporated this gray cloud. I still don't know what's up with the gray cloud. Oh, here's this thing again. Also, I want to know what the shadow is doing. But maybe nothing yet. Is this becoming any more of a circle in the clouds over here? We're just gonna strafe until it forms a circle. I don't think this is a good strategy. Hang on. Oh, there's also, it's from this side too. Neat. Oh no, I'm somewhere where I can't. Okay, well, now we're down here. Love the suspicion of clouds. Ooh, what's this? It's a rock. Can you... Are there gonna be environmental puzzles that we can see from the boat? We need to ride the boat. Gosh. But what? Everyone's so excited about the boat. Boat? 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 Did you say boat? Did someone say boat? Ooh, that's starting to look like a circle. Do we get some fairy dust? No, not yet. This moves? No. Is that an illusion? It's not an illusion, it's moving. This cloud moves? I thought all the clouds were stationary. Community is so accepting and kind. Words cannot express my gratitude. We've got some good people here. We're glad to put the best minds to this problem. And I mean, I don't know, it's a community issue. It's to the betterment of all of us if we think about it, you know? Thanks for thanking the mods. It's not a cloud. Be more excited if it was a train. Yes. +1 for trains, but then again, I really like trains. You haven't seen the boat. We saw it one time. We summoned it. But then we didn't get on it, so we should. I want to go back up on this hill for a second. Here, this is another example of where they make the cloud kind of look like vaguely like leaves and on the branches. It's a marshmallow. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the hydrate. Do I have water? I do have water. Thank you, llama. Okay. I wanted to look at this. We haven't seen it from this angle before, I don't think. But we should probably try to finish the quarry area if we can. That's what we were working on. And then we got distracted. Lindsay, hi, it's good to see you. Happy Sunday. Good to have you here. Finishing the quarry sounds like a great goal. Yeah. We can take a look at it. I want to look, yeah, let's do that before we look at the desert anymore. Because look, I think we can get right up there to those panels. I think we have access to that. Do I have to go down the stairs first? Yeah. Miss the mallows from the other game, from Outer Wilds. I know. Oh, I'll always miss the mallows. Happy Sunday. Hope everyone's having a nice day. It's been a good day. Have you played this at all, Lindsay? This game is blowing my mind. With the attention to detail, with all the little secrets hidden away. Oh yeah, this is... we definitely... okay. Well, we're gonna try to get one more laser beam today. See if I can handle it. Got a dip since I haven't done this area. Okay, sounds good, Steedling. Take care. Don't get any spoilers. I understand. Focus, Jen. Focus. We're doing this. Oh, look, this whole pan. Oh, do these... do all of the yellow boxes have symbols on them like this? I've never noticed that before. Huh? But this has other things on it, and also we can't do it because it's not open all the way. So, is that because it's part of the puzzles we did over there? Well, we didn't finish that section. No, we can't do it because it's not powered on all the way. And that comes from over there where we didn't finish. Like, you can see that wire running all the way over. Needs verification. Yellow box lore. Tiny bit a few years ago. I don't remember anything other than I struggled with a few puzzles. The puzzles. There's some that you're like, cool, yeah, I got it. I feel so good. And then there's some that just whoosh, completely over my head. Like, all right, well, we'll do that one maybe someday. But it's a beautiful game. Here, this is that suspicious circle here, too. Can we see anything else in the water line here? I don't know. We have to go, like, down and across to try to finish, if we want to finish the quarry. Outer Wilds without a timer? Yeah. We still never got this door. I don't even want to do it. We're chipping away at these pretty well, though. It's looking good. Okay, well, just this one side, but it's okay. Oh, I wonder if we have to get this door for the wire to cross to where it needs to go. I don't think so. I think that's just for mobility to get around the area, and we've pretty much opened everything up. It seems. I don't know. You can't assume that you know anything in this game. Okay, so where did we get hung up? We finished this little area, right? Did we finish what was over here? Because look, this wire is the one that we need. And why didn't we do these puzzles? Because some of the panels in this room were not powered on. Yeah, this isn't powered on. This is why we didn't do this room. Because of this. Because of this. Because I didn't know. Because we don't... Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-da-da. Good evening. Kefal, how's it going? Welcome in. What do stars even mean? We haven't done any star puzzles yet. Okay, do we want to ride the boat instead? I think this is our hang up here. If we get that puzzle... Like, we can try to do this one from here. I don't think you can rotate these. Oh, goodness. I want this to cancel out, I think. No, it's not gonna work. What do the stars tell us? Don't get mystical here? Yeah. Being silly, distracting by latching onto any mention of boats. I do want to ride the boat. Down for a boat ride. I want to ride the boat back to... I want to find if there's an area we haven't seen yet. I want to ride the boat back to the Tetris area. And I just want to see what it looks like when we ride the boat. Should we do it? Let's do it. Okay, alright. Let's go to see boat. I'm stuck here. Going back to this room and looking at those again, I'm like, oh, I don't know. I thought I wanted to finish the quarry, but I think I might have to hold off. When do you turn into a circle? Right here. When we're standing up to that on that section I can't get to yet? Probably. Boat! Boat, boat! Trav, welcome back. Hello, hello. Puzzles are good. We're gonna go on a boat ride. Can finally watch with audio now. Nice. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah. Okay, so we haven't done this yet. We're gonna test if we can do environmental puzzles while we're riding on the boat, and we're also gonna test... Well, we're gonna do a little tour. See where we haven't been. Oh, look! An area with the star symbol. Maybe we should go over there. We can go this way around the shipwreck area. That is the shipwreck, right? I think so. What does this do? Is this our speed? You can like stop and hang out and look at and look at things. Okay. Go. We're going the slow way. Oh, this reminds me of like a Disney ride. Okay, here we go. It's a beautiful day for a ride out on the ocean. Okay, maybe we can go a little faster. I want these to be, you know, a thing. The tunnel of love. We're just cruising. We were okay, and there's that one puzzle with the orange that like goes across, and we couldn't get it to fill all of the areas. I wonder if that's something you have to be riding in the boat to see. I don't know. Look how clear it is. Wow. When do we get to pet the stingray? Actually, that's probably not a good idea, but the music match with the boat ride, it's nice, right? Where is this gonna go? Ooh, there's a couple of them here. Is this one a red herring? Because look, we missed that one. We probably missed both. We have to be farther away for both of those. I don't think you can go in reverse. Going up at the stingray. This is nice. Welcome back, Loki. Now we're too close for this one to work. I mean, I'm gonna miss a lot. It's our very first boat ride. But this is really fun. Yeah, oh, you know what's really cool? I bet you have to grab that green circle and then just follow it down this whole way, right? Or maybe we'll see it when we get to the end here. What am I missing while I'm thinking about that one? Everything. Because anytime you look away, you're missing things in this game. It's okay. We can ride the boat again another time. Had to unlurk for stingrays? Yeah. I feel that. This is nice. FOMO the game, yeah. It's constant, like, oh no, what's that over there? Wait, don't look away, what's that over there? What's that? This looks like a guinea pig. What shapes do you see in the clouds? You know what? Forget environmental puzzles. Let's just imagine different shapes. Ooh, that looks like something too. The trees growing in the shipwreck are cool. Yeah. I know we're going kind of slow, but this was worth it. How much did it cost to go on this ride? Worth however many tickets. Worth the 2-hour wait in the longest line with video screens that repeat the same like weird intro message over and over. Beautiful. We got fast pass, yes! I forgot about fast pass. Oh my gosh. Okay, I might speed it up a little bit. Choppier water out here? Yeah. For sure. Look how far this... I can ring a bell? Look how far this green line goes. Look, there's the finish! Oh, that one's so long! Oh, we gotta go back and do that again. That's gonna be so fun. I'm sad I missed it, but it was cool to scope it out. Oh! We're back at Channelwood. Is this our stop? But we got locked out here. Is this the only way we can get to Channelwood? Is this direction? We're here. Thanks, boat. You're pretty cool. Channelwood hype. This is the area. This is an area where we really wanted to hang out. But then I couldn't figure out how to get in. But look, we've got access to puzzles. Yeah, now we can. Panel. Dead end boardwalk, just like Channelwood. Look how beautiful. This rules. What's that right there? You see like some branches poking out. Okay, so we checked off one goal for today's stream, which was ride the boat. I was talking about going up to the mountain too. We might still have time to do that. I don't know though, if we do this area, we might forego a hike up the mountain until another time. Llama, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I feel like these all look like they would be a path, but I don't think they are. Or I don't see any circles. AutoHost is disappointing you today. Oh, AutoHost is weird sometimes. It's all good. Alright, let's go see the stars. What do you mean? Okay, so they want to be together. Cute, okay. Okay, alright, nice. Let's keep going. Yay, Channelwood. Okay. I'm just glad we're finally here. Neat little treehouse. Well, this is interesting. They want to be together, right? Okay. That taught us something. I need some chapstick really quick. It was so humid here in August. And we all complained about it. And now that it's just slightly not that humid anymore, I feel like the air got so dry all of a sudden, just like that. Ooh, flowers. Ooh, that's such a bright purple something. I'm just looking around, having a little peek. Okay, let's check this out. Oh, look, this is gonna spring out into a bridge when we do it. Mid-Atlantic East Coast is humid all year except winter. I'll take any dryness when I can get. Yeah. It's really hot and humid here, and now it's really cold. What are spring and autumn anymore? There's only summer and winter. Oh no. I want my seasons back. This is really interesting because we're seeing another puzzle with all these breaks in the lines. Whoa. And it's getting us to think about things in ways we hadn't thought about them before. Oh. Does it have something to do with the... breaks in the lines? Do they want to be in groups of 2? I don't know yet. Those two are already connected, like they're touching, because this thing is broken. So they need to be together. I don't know. That's like sort of kind of what I've learned. But these ones aren't connected. So maybe they just like to be in groups of 2. They like to pair off. And it doesn't have to do with the broken lines after all. I don't know. Wait, should we test... Well, that's the only way we can split this one, though. I mean, we can go the opposite direction, I'm guessing. But if I single this one out, it's going to be 3 and 1. I'm going to hypothesize that this doesn't work. Okay. But this does. It's nice to see you can mess with now floor panels. Yeah, this is cool. Science! I know. Science is important. So you just like to pair off? What a strange... mechanic. Oh, I split them up the wrong way. I messed up. Okay, let's see if it's the same here. Okay, I don't know. Here, have this one. Here, have this one. Nope. Oh, right, these are the ones where you start having to remember to use all of the, like, extra block space. Oh, boo. I don't like those together. Or at least not in that order. No? What the heck? I don't like this one anymore. What did I do? How was this? Was this working? I went up the middle? Yeah. Can we go? No, we can't. I don't like this one. How do we cut those two off from each other? I don't get it. And I'm trying to think of like different pairings, right? Because you want to take ones that are directly next to each other, but in the beginning I was like, well, maybe it's, you know, these two, or okay, let's go for these two. But it's really tricky the way they did that. And this is where the game gets really unsatisfying, when you're like, oh cool, they taught me something, I want to keep going, and it gets to like, well, if you want to keep going, you gotta take the new rule but do really hard puzzles with it. I don't know, it's really good, but that's when it starts to get like, come on, just let me finish an area. I'm proud of myself for learning that mechanic. Just let me finish this spot. Which, you know, as much as you want that, it's not up to you. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. But I feel like we've struggled for a while with some of these, so it's not a lost cause. Still pointing at the monitor trying to solve it, yeah. Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't know what I'm doing. That's 3. Is this it? No, because I blocked the exit. That's the problem I keep having is I'm like, yeah, I can split it up in all these various ways, but we keep blocking the exit. Mostly because this one right here, to the left of my cursor, comes out into the center. So I feel like you have to take care of that first before doing this other stuff, so that you don't block the exit. Which I feel like is what we were kind of leaning towards when we started. Was blocking off this one from the beginning. But then when you block that one off by using a line here on this horizontal that my cursor is on, now you've automatically kind of lumped either these 4 together or, you know, because you can't double back here. Did this do it? No, because we blocked the exit. Can we just curve that a little more down and do the same thing? Did this do it? Yeah, just lots of wiggling around until we got it. Just lots of wiggly lines and circles. Okay, height. That was a tough one. At least we were getting somewhere. I think we still have, don't we still have a command that's like stay wiggly? Is it slime? Is it wiggle? I don't remember what the command is though, but it is a reference to Slime Rancher. I don't remember, I'm sorry. Maybe it's wiggle. Those are my top 2 guesses. There it is. Stay wiggly. Okay. Let's see if this one also breaks our brains. Oh, I can't single that one out like that. Okay. That one wasn't as hard as the one before it. Waiting for it. I solved it a minute before you. Oh, nice, llama. Good job. You know, and I was starting to get frustrated, but I remember some of the ones we did on the first day. Probably the second day too, where I sat there for a long time and was like, okay, let's do this. Let's go this way. Let's try it again. Let's go back. Like, sometimes you just sit with it and eventually it clicks. This area is very well done. I feel like I'm in channelwood again. Why are these purple? Oh, we've got a new challenge, though. Extremely, violently purple. Oops, no, no, Biddy, no, no, no. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I see you, puzzle. Okay. Groups of two. Groups of two. Don't forget. We added a little finesse at the end of that one. This color is so bright. I don't know if it serves a particular purpose, but, you know, it's fun. Oh, okay. Okay. Atomic purple, yeah. Oh, I blocked that one off by itself. It's gonna be so unhappy. We have to basically do a huge loop here, all the way up here. Oh, but this is gonna force me to cut this one off. I can fix it, I think. I hope. Can I fix it? What if can I just come out here and snag this one but still leave them together? Yeah. I don't want to split them up. Atomic purple was my favorite color for Nintendo handheld controllers. Oh, I thought atomic purple was like a crayon color or something. It's a Nintendo color? Everyone needs a friend. This is really cool. Oh, we haven't seen a sound recording in a little bit. I hope I'm not missing them. I think we're being pretty gosh darn observant. We're not getting everything, but I don't know anybody that would. Unless you're a computer. Why is this like this? Why is this like this? I feel like these cutouts frame something, but I don't see it right now. The clear purple? Oh, the clear is atomic purple. Yeah, that's my Game Boy Color. They had a lot of things in that color. Yeah. We had the clear purple. I had the clear purple Game Boy Color. My brother had the clear, like, bluish purple Game Boy Advance. I think that was our only see-through plastic consoles that we had. We didn't have a N64 see-through controller. Yeah. Sound recordings. I know. I'm trying to be on the lookout. I mean, we did listen to a lot of them today, but it's possible we missed some. Oh. That one looks burnt. What's going on with that? Eh? You know what else I wonder if I missed? Hang on. Because we stay locked on, or I stayed locked on when I was in the puzzle mode. But it does make me wonder what else you can see from the bridge and nowhere else. You know what I mean? Oh, hey, there's my shadow. But I think we're good for now. Yeah, I think it's okay. For now. You love that tree? It's cool. Oh no. Don't split them up, but split up the squares. Okay, brain, you got this. Puzzling intensifies. What does it mean when the stars change color? Does orange mean that they want to be in groups of 2? But we can't do that. I mean, this is the time we find out. Okay, so the stars still want to be in groups of 2, it looks like. I don't know that I learned anything from that puzzle, other than separate squares by colors and group stars in 2s, regardless of if there's multiple of the same color and if you have like black and white in the same puzzle. Hard to keep in your head everything you need to look for at any given lookout point. Yeah, for sure. Now can you rub your tummy and pat your head at the same time? No. But I'll try. There's so many of these. Oh, I want to finish this area. Look. There's a laser over there. Oh my gosh, we've been going for 4 hours, 38 minutes. I looked down. The last time I looked at the time, it was like 3 hours, 45. It was an hour ago. You can now move your right foot in a clockwise circle and try to draw a 6 in the air with your right hand. No. I hate it. We walk, talk, and chew gum at the same time. That's dangerous. Being a drummer helps, I'm sure, yeah. Alright, we'll try to get through just a couple more. Ooh, nope, nope, nope. Wait, but we learned... I split up the pair! Oh no! I should just be able to do this. Because the squares behave in the way that they behaved before, which is that they don't care about being in pairs. Squares don't care about pairs. When mechanics combine like this, feels elegant when you get complex results. Yeah, this now, I might be saying it too early because we haven't finished this area, but it reminds me of the same kind of like satisfaction of that one mountain puzzle we did where it combined the mirror image, the disappearing circle, and the black and white squares, and it layered, and I was like, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can combine this. They don't care about pairs or pairs. Yeah. Oh, I guess I could lump... Well, whatever. See, I feel like this still counts. Oh no, I accidentally put a green one with the orange. But I feel like that was still viable. If I just cut it off there. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do that one, I feel. Ooh, now they start putting breaks in the path for us, though. They're like, we know how you solved that last one. We're gonna make sure you don't do it ever again. Also, well, hang on. On the mountain puzzle, thanks. That was a fun one. I say that now, you know, I might not always feel that way, but okay, no. Something is not right here. What if we... If you do this, it doesn't pair the stars together, right? If they're both, like, pushed out of the box? I don't think so. I think it treats it as another line. I just need a way to get the orange separated. Oh, but now this green one is a nuisance. We can do this. We got this. This general area was when I had the realization about games in general that I took a step back to reflect that a game didn't have to be fun to be enjoyed. It's very true. Sometimes it's frustrating as heck. It's still fun. They know what they're doing. They put these breaks in exactly the right place. They're smart. Imagine people making puzzle games being smart. That's why gamification of chores and tasks works really well. Yeah. It may sound odd, but this game doesn't aim for typical fun, but I'm still glad for my time spent with it. Yeah. Okay, let's go for a different approach. Perhaps we need to lock out a corner like that. Not looking too promising. Not looking very promising. Nope. We've done this before. We keep running into this problem where I can... Okay, what about... I don't know how to not have this orange block here attached to these green ones over here. That's a huge problem. because this line gets in the way of isolating them. Did we try putting... Yeah, because I can't do this. Beep. But that's an interesting thought. Is there a way to split these two up differently? I don't think so, because I'm using this divider underneath the green squares. So now I can't separate the green from the orange. Otherwise that would be, you know, kind of fun and cool, but it doesn't work. You're neato. Everybody's neato. I'm looking for a fun and cool and fresh solution to this puzzle. Funky, fresh, hip, and happening. And swell. Don't forget swell. It's tough. It's very tough. What if we... What if we isolate as much of the orange as we can? No, this one kind of sucks a little bit. There's two. There's two. Oh, did I just have to sing about it and then we got it? Yay! I'm only a little incredibly confused. The objective to make a path that touches at least one wall of every color.
Yay!
No. There are multiple rules. It's like a whole rule set, so... Yeah. What we learned for this set is the squares of different colors can't touch. So I have to make sure there's a line separating the oranges from the green squares. And that can, there's like many different ways I can do that on this particular grid. But then also, any of the star-shaped ones have to be in groups of 2, separated by a line. I got it, Ta. I'm trying to recap what we did. But yeah, there's like different rule sets for different areas of the map and different puzzles, and in most cases, in most areas, the square thing has held up pretty well, right? Those generally mean you have to separate them by squares of a different color. Ta. Having solved puzzle 2 point at helped a ton to illustrate it. Yeah, that's true too. See, and this is gonna be the same. Now this one's interesting because the stars and the squares are the same color. Have we seen that before? I don't know that we've seen that. on these. No. So I think we still have to use color here. Shall stick to observing because it's way too late for brain. Oh, no worries, Tunes. Yeah, I don't even know if you wanted more of an explanation or you just wanted to ask the one question. So it's definitely not like a late hours brain empty. Like, I feel like if I did this puzzle or this game at certain times of day, I would just nope, I'll save it for tomorrow. Do you want to be by yourself? Okay. Then this should be the same solution, right? No, because we lost a row. Interesting. You'd get it if you played it. Yeah, you're good. Some late nights banging my head against some of the puzzles, yeah. Oh, I always forget. Okay, so we can do this. Hang on. No, we can't do that. Oh, interesting. There's not enough squares to play with. Wait, I forget what happens if we do... Well, there's still not enough, like, area to play with. This is a problem. That one in the middle. Oh, ha! Well, it's fine. Wait, but... Making that one a bit more complicated. Yeah, I got tripped up. But now this one is the problem that I thought the one previous was? What did I do for this one? It's not gonna let me do that, right? Weird. But does it let you... It doesn't let you split them up. What? So they're... Okay. They're independent of each other. Ah. Oh, this one needs a buddy. Wait, what? Get out of here. Aw, heck. No, no, no. This is all wrong. Where? But there's only one of them. You can't just magically turn one of these other ones into a star. It doesn't change the shape of any of the other ones. That's not fair. Here, I'll give you 2 squares next to each other, all to yourself. Oh, I don't even know how to do that, apparently. Just imagine there's a star in that other square. Huh? It's a challenge. Let's get them all to light up red. Okay, there. I don't trust you, puzzle. No, that wasn't right. There. It just needs a friend. When they light up red. That's so silly. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Oh, rip. Well, what happens? It's not gonna. Okay. What am I trying to do here? Combining green and white, not gonna work. Weird. You don't do something weird where you're like, oh, I'm fine having a buddy. What does this do? Yeah, okay. Because those match. They want to hang out, right? Combining the 2 rules is twisting your mind, yeah. Off to sleep. Thanks for the vibes. Have a good sleep, llama. We'll see you around. Take care. Good night. We tried, like, this isn't, I think we tried something similar to that. Imagination, welcome in. We can solve in parallel, yeah. TT, hi. Exact bridge I got confused on just came back to 2 years later. It's that kind of game. It truly is that kind of game. Oh, I know. Yeah. Welcome back. You're good, imagination. Just saying hi. I didn't say you were new. I was just greeting you in. Thank you, Maggie. Just scream at your monitor. I mean, you can, if it helps you. Walked in on a language class. I couldn't comprehend what they're teaching. You seem to know what you're doing. Very audible support is all I offer. Thanks, Tunes. I appreciate it. I like it. Singing in this one too. Yeah, the singing helps. Being polite to my monitor. I've had some moments with this game. Some moments where I know you all were not being, perhaps, polite to your monitors. And it's okay. I don't know, what happens if I do this? I think we tried this. Fun! Okay! Yeah! I hadn't tried it yet, so we tried it. Uh-huh. Yep. This is a game. Do you ever play a game? It's almost time to wrap stream, I think. Wait, so... Ooh, and also my headphone just beeped. It's low on batteries. Good to know. What was I trying to do? Do you all want to be together? I don't think I can group the pink star with the pink square. I don't know how to make that happen. This is a game. Jen, The Witness, 2021. Never trust a computer you can't throw out a window. Please. Please don't throw your computers out the window. Oh no. One time, I played a game. Oh, my mouse wasn't cooperating there. Or not mouse, controller? Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up soon. But now it's gonna be lonely. So we have to give it... But we have to split up the pink square from the green squares. We have to. It's part of the rules. I didn't make them up. Can we? We can't do this, right? It just wants to be... Wait, what was the one before this? Thanks, Trav. A long session can be difficult. Yeah. Oh, it's so worth it, though. I want to play this game forever. But then your brain stops working after a while. So it doesn't... Maybe don't play it forever. What if we do this? No. No. What if we do this? But see, this type of thing always blocks our exit. But maybe, just maybe. I don't think there's a way to make that happen. Oh yeah, my earbuds are so mad at me. Maybe the other direction. Maybe we're onto something. Oops. I think we might be. Oh, I need to scroll up really quick. I missed it. Hang on. The nodding afterwards. Star need friend. When you're on a roll with the puzzles, you don't want it to end once you hit the wall, though. And I'm like, we've been really good at ending on solving a puzzle for the other streams. Because it's so unsatisfying to end a stream and be like, I don't know, I never figured that one out. Like, obviously it's fine, but I feel defeated, you know. 5 hours is a lot for this game, I know. Trying to make a path that bunches specific colors and shapes into sections. Yeah, there you go, Tunes. You got it. Okay, is this the last one of this bridge? Or are there 2 more? Oh, there's a bunch, but it looks like we can get off at this stop, but there's like a ton more. How many did we do in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row? Oh, 8 in a row. This is the 9th. Oh, the finish is over here on the side. No, there's one at the top too. Okay, but they're telling us something. I don't know. Yeah, the endpoint is up ahead, but, like, I was looking at the stack that's left here to get to that endpoint. Can you cope with this? Do you like this? Are you okay with this? No, you hate it. I'm asking the, you know, the stars in the puzzle. Witness legitimately has had accessibility design problems, color blindness, and oh yeah, and deafness because we had the sound, the bird chirping puzzles. Because there's... Oh, I don't want lyrics on my song. It'll probably be over in a second. There's like the whole color, that whole area where we had to look at things through different color filters. That's the definition of not high contrast, right? Those were some very subtle color changes. Can you cope with... I know you can't cope with being alone, little star. Did the bird chirp ones? Yeah. We can... I'll show my, what's it called? My file name. I think we might end it there. Because we finished this one. We finished this one, which took me forever. No. Whichever one took me forever. I'm forgetting this rule. This one was really tough. We can pair 2 together with 1 of a separate color. Like this. That was something I learned and then I forgot. Okay. 2 together with 1 of a separate color. Now we're cruising. Oh no. Oh dear. I forgot everything I learned about black and white puzzles for these. Okay, but since there's stars, the stars are still gonna want to hang out with each other. And they don't care. They're not squares. You know what I mean? Just one more puzzle! No, we're getting sucked in. It's so hard to put it down. Nope, nope, go back. Oh, this one is... Okay, interesting. Did I go in the wrong order again? No? Caps lock? Actually, no, it's funnier that way. Yeah, I think so. Too many rules. Too many rules, not enough time. Oops. I want this to make like a cute, pretty pattern like this, you know? But that's not how this one's designed. No. No. Maybe. I don't know how this is working, but we're finishing this bridge. Well, we made like a burst of progress. Oh, who's taking off? Austin DM. McDinner, okay, enjoy. Thanks for hanging. Glad you got that sub. We'll see you around. We're playing this again next Sunday, I think. Should be basically the same schedule this week that it was last week. Unless we finish Fusion early, but that's not going to affect Puzzle Sundays. Oxo, hi. I don't think I said hello. Welcome in. Okay, you can hang out over there. And you can hang out over there. Oh, You can hang out, maybe. Okay. Oh, that's okay. That rule gets me every time. But hang on. I feel like this square here just needs its own timeout. No, that's not it. Why don't you like being paired with that square? Why can't you handle that? Making this complicated. Yeah, we have to sing again. I know the bridge is so close. I want to finish the bridge now. Oh no. Just one more bridge. Just one more puzzle. Just one more song about puzzles. Oh, oh no! Ah! No! I thought we had it! And I stopped it too early! Yay! Yay! You love the solution to this one irrationally? I don't understand the, like, affinity towards specific squares in this, like, long chain. I can't tell them apart after a while. They're good puzzles, though. Thanks for the hype! We finished the bridge! That was so many! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in a row! I think that's the most we've chained together all at once. Ever. You just remember them individually? Yeah, they stuck out to you. Oh, look, a triangle. I never know how these work. I feel like you always get it on your second go. Whoa! Okay, it definitely wasn't there before. Like, there's no way. We looked at it for so long. Making a fire. Cool. Oh, my earbuds are yelling at me still. Pretty soon I'm gonna lose audio. Thank you all. That is where we will end it for today.